Howard, why?
Oof.
Huh?
Yeah, not sure. Not sure what happened there. I guess we'll have to see whether that really still affects them late round, but it does give Order that man evenness, as well as the fact God Legion's low, so really this has put Order in a better position. Now, they have taken this east side of the map in through Kitchen. That means that these players in Sunrise Bar are going to really struggle to rotate out, and now Digital is under a lot of pressure. Cutie progresses, takes him out. Order looking much cleaner on this attack.
Digital has been a player that has... I mean, we just need to say he's been very quiet for the Chiefs, regardless of how well they've done in APAC South. They are teetering on the verge of pushing into top 4 and securing playoffs. But it's all worthy. Does he... baiting out. Cutie goes for the wide swing, but it is going to be the kill confirmed. As now God Legion and Fisher are the only that remain. Still with a little bit of vertical presence, but that may well be shut down. Joker gets swung while looking at the footsteps. I think he may have even been looking at which way they were going, Raiden, but regardless, that gives them an opportunity now.
It does, but what is big here is there's no distance denial, and now it's all on the hands of Fisher guy. He's got vertical, he does light up Specker, but it is Ipisal that's going to be able to confirm this plant, so post-plant situation here. The Fisher guy, 1v3. Oof.
Well, there's no getting past Specker. I mean, I don't really think you could ever win that fight on someone holding you so tightly. At least it's a valiant effort, I guess. Give that for yourself. But just such a much... sorry, there we go. We're going to get there in the end. It's a much better round from Order. And just kind of touching on, you know, the previous match, it was a 50-50 bomb site from all accounts on, it was Chiefs defense. So them losing that early on, don't write that off yet, because there's just a clear of opportunity for us to see that site again, and most likely we may do. But we are going to Kitchen. And we move forward here, as I believe I just saw the Vigil. So, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Vast looks like he's going to be trying to be a little elusive there on that vertical play. So, see exactly how they end up utilizing that. And speaking of Vast, I just can't help but feel the last round really derailed for the Chiefs. As soon as Fisho, for whatever reason, C4'd his mate.
Yeah.
And once that was done, it just felt like it was a total train wreck for the Chiefs. Yeah. Hopefully they can tidy that up. But
yeah,
it looks like they are going to hold a pretty aggressive vertical position up here.
10 seconds left.
I do wonder as well whether that may have been a pre-prep C4 and an accidental press. I mean, I honestly don't know. We'll wait and see. Now, moving forward here, I am really curious to see what Vast does and how they utilize the Vigil. Just because of how dense this map is, how close this is, it can be extremely hard to isolate him when he's not on Vigil, let alone when you can hide from pretty much any intel gatherer. But we'll hold on to that point for a moment here, because it is going to be Order that... I think Order need to step up in this occasion. There were a couple of times we saw this Kitchen defense on the last playdate, or the second last playdate of OCN, and it was it's just such a strange map to watch, but mostly it did favor the defense, so Chiefs should be sitting decently comfortable here with 2 minutes left.
Both teams very spread out at the moment as well. Looks like there's going to be some beautiful little backup there from the Chiefs. God Legion's going to get that opening pick, but it's going to be traded. Oh, not confirmed yet. In fact, it looks like Vast is going to be picked up. But again, these entry phases for the Chiefs have been really strong on the defense side. They are really putting up a forward front to Order's entry.
Spotted backing to sight on that E1D. And they will be clearing out lobby now, is maybe starting to get an idea of the attack that they want. Cutie. I mean, that pre-fire just misses Fisho guy's head. And that second floor presence has well and truly been established, but you do wonder now, how much time do Order have to bait through? We don't have, obviously, the smoke up, which would play such a pivotal role here. So, what's the play? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it does get tricky, because Kitchen is all about getting this vertical control, flushing your opponent out. It's really hard to anchor on Kitchen when your opponent has vertical control, and this is what you're seeing. The Chiefs have all spread out. Fisher looks like he's the solo on site. And they've got some really good crossfires here. And Digital's going to get aggressive on the cool vibe stairs. God. He takes out Jack Dad. The Chiefs putting up a great fight here in Order with only 25 seconds. It's going to make it tough to get through for this plant.
This is just going to be so awkward, Raven, because even if they try to push him here, they've still got Vast to worry about in blue bar. But my word, how does Digital find a second there? Joker's going to double down. He will find both players, but now in a 2 versus 3, it's going to come down to the wire. And Worthy, oh, from Luggage, that is the gnarly line. That Order we're not expecting. And that is such a strong round for the defensive side of Chiefs.
I just think in general, that round was always going to be tough for Order as soon as they lost that entry pick, just because of the way that the Chiefs were spread out. You might think that, yeah, you could isolate those as 1v1s and try and bring it back that way, but they were spread out in a way that they could still all cover each other or trade. And just made it really tricky for Order. So Order just prioritized getting the vertical control, as they should. That was very helpful, but after that, they were just stuck. And I came down to trying to get Digital out of that position at the bottom of Cool Vibe stairs that was covered by Vast. It all had this big flow-on effect. So really well played from the Chiefs, honestly. And I think this game feels like it's going to come down to who can step up with these attacks, which feels so weird to say for Coastline. Because for the longest time, it's just been a map that you could comfortably attack on. But just in this matchup between these two teams, it's a bit opposite.
I'm going to go ahead and make a bit of a statement about the last time these two teams played, and it's going to lean into this map right now, this game. I honestly think that the Chiefs lost it. I don't think the Order won it in, the traditional sense that we talk about. I think that it was Chiefs' game from really the first half, and for whatever reason, it looked a little bit disjointed on their attacks. Like you're saying, Raven, it will come down to the attacks, but I honestly think that provided Chiefs don't give it away so freely here, we could really see just such a dominant game from them. And Worthy, where have you been caught? How have you been caught?
I think he was actually spawn picking Kitchen. So I mean, man. That's on him. I thought maybe he was running past and it was a pre-fire, but no, I think he was trying to be a bit cheeky there, and it's come back to bite him pretty hard. And, I mean, Digital double down, I guess. Eat your heart out, you may as well. Try to do something. Cutie going to be spotting him out there, and now he's stuck. He's actually going to go back up Cool Vibes and get away from Ippy Style just in time, who was hot on his heels. Oh, it's coming down to little less than a pixel in it, Raven, but Digital holds onto his life for at least a minute longer here. As Order, this is the start they would have been praying for. They can now go to town on figuring out how they wish to attack Hookah. Yeah, already a much more positive start for them as compared to round 1. Last time they attacked Hookah, they actually lost the opening pick. It's God Legion over Spectre, and I think they're looking a lot firmer already in this round. It's only halfway though, so see how it falls apart. God Legion is going to get out of there, but Ippy Style is on a heater. He's now on the triple for the round, and it is disintegrated for the Chiefs in the last 10 seconds.
It certainly has. All but into dust. And now it's Digital and God Legion to bring it back. I just don't see a world in which they will be doing this, especially with Digital falling at the hands of Spectre. But this is just not doable. Order have looked phenomenal so far.
This would have to be the biggest ace clutch of God Legion's entire career right now if he's to pull this one back. 1v4. Order are all in fantastic post-plant positions. Cutie, though, caught sleeping on the rappel. but with the time now against God Legion, it's a big task.
He's made noise, coming up cool vibes as well. They know his direct position. He can't take a hint of damage. And Joker will receive the walk directly up the stairs. For now, we have evened it out 2-2. And once again, you know, was it really necessary for Worthy to peak there? I get the confidence. Worthy has been a nutty player for Chiefs in APAC South and OCN as well, but is it worth giving Order an opportunity back into this half?
I think that's a really good point. On top of that, this is a bit of a personal preference thing. I think spawn peeking kitchen is one of the worst spawn peaks on Coastline because it's so easy to pre-fire from a few different positions. It's also easy to see from a drone outside. It looks like maybe that's what happened with Ippy Style, is that they knew he was there. And that's the dangerous thing with spawn peeking, is if your opponent knows, you're probably toast. It's so much easier to pre-fire as an attacker.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, we're seeing Rook for... I mean, this is fresh to my eyes. I haven't seen Rook in a very long time in competitive play, so... That could just be me, though. And they are the only two impacts that they will have, but... They'll have a vest each to play with, Raven.
It's an interesting pick. I'm thinking it's for the 2x, Manic, because there's not many defenders that have access to a 2x.
Yep.
And Vast is running the 2x right now, so maybe it's to do with that. Is he going to spawn peek as well?
5 seconds.
Looks like he might be... I mean, he's drone hunting, but... No, he's going to run away. I was getting excited. But yeah, I think it's for the 2x, if anything. Maybe they're looking to implement a long angle. Could be playing courtyard with that 2x or something. I don't know, but it is... Yeah, it's not a pick you see often.
Okay, so that last impact has opened an incredibly long line from from Billiards all the way through to VIP. So that, like you're saying, Raven, may well be the play here. And depending on whether Order spot this, I mean, like, you just assume that they're going to drone this and see that it is the Rook. But depending on if they drone this or not, they may actually think that they're, you know, in the advantage for that long-range fight. In which case they could be copying a firm fist from Vast, and Cutie taking out Worthy once more. Not the 2 rounds that we had been hoping for from him. And it has left this door open completely for Order.
Has been answered back, and that's Specker going down again. Digital, oh, he gets the double onto Jack Dad. But to your point, Manic, I think this... I'm not really sure exactly how Worthy died, to be completely honest with you, but these early picks are really punishing the Chiefs, on top of the fact that Worthy has been one of their best players the entire stage. Very consistent and very impactful, especially late rounds. So to lose him early, it's always going to hurt. Okay, bringing Mute. It's obviously stunted just a little bit there. The push for Order. Seemingly not with a lot of information onto Digital right now. They are currently watching very firm from the outside kitchen window, and Digital, he just needs to sit. I mean, the longer he sits, the better. He could even pull out that pulse scanner and detect both the players that are sitting there. They're going to send it in here and hope for the trades. Digital gets his head ripped off by Joker, and Vast just makes it away in time. But once more, tit for tat, and they've lost the better part of nearly 2.5 minutes here, Raven. That was a good time burn. I really thought Vast was going to try and peek for the trade, but in the end, it was probably a good option not to. He might have got the double, but with the 2 Order players jumping in, it may have been even more of a trade and not worth it. So, right? It was a big time burn. Only 30 seconds to go now for Order. And oh my god, Joker is so lucky to be alive.
Yeah. Oh, at the moment, God Legion just stops Ippy Style from pushing on in. Vast can watch the line, and Joker's left with it all to do. Chiefs storm away with their 3rd round of the half, and all things considered, Digital has really stepped up when they needed it.
Yeah, he had a really big double there. Losing Worthy early, we thought was going to be a very tough position for Chiefs to bring back, especially given that Blue Bar Sunrise is one they lost pretty dramatically in round 2. But yeah, to Digital's credit, he played fantastically in kitchen. He got that double and he played so patient. I don't mind that they just jumped in and kills him because I reckon it was at least 40 seconds that they were camped at that window before they decided to do so. That is effective play as a roamer. Sometimes you do just have to stand there and accept they're probably going to jump in. They're probably going to swing on me. I'll try kill them, but I'm going to die here. And I just think it was really well executed from the Chiefs. On top of the fact that Vast didn't actually go for that trade, because if he did, maybe he would have lost that gunfight and it would have been a man disadvantage in that final phase.
And you would have lost the control of Sunrise Bar, and you know there's so many like the thing with a game like Siege, there's so many dominoes that line up for you to be able to hold a site or hold a a specific section of the map, and for 2 to fall, it could almost annihilate the entire setup. And who was that on the Rook? You said it was Vast? Was it? Yeah. So I mean, like Vast just backed away into Sunrise, still had those double reinforced walls next to the bar entrance. So he just had so much time to play with. And again, he dies. Maybe that's not the case. We just don't know. But nevertheless, I don't think Order will want to be wasting that much time again trying to lock down a player like Digital. Well, any player, sorry. That was not meant to be a dig at Digital, I promise. That was just meant to be any player. It doesn't make a difference. The timing from Cutie nearly caught him, in fact. But he does make it away through to the cool vibes, and I think this may be the quietest start to a round we've seen so far.
Yeah, it does feel like we've gotten a lot deeper than previous rounds without an opening pick. So still waiting for that one. I think the important note there, though, especially if you're a Chiefs fan, is that Worthy isn't the opening pick in the first 20 seconds in this round, as he was the last two. Oh, Digital. Oh, Digital. You're looking at somebody. And that was Iffy style. He's going to get that pick. Cam's gone. And, oh my God, this is a great start from Order, but he's whiffed. It's traded at least, Manic.
I mean, I guess you got to take your wins where you can get them. Although it's only 1 kill, it is Ippy style. Jack Daddy is low too. The Chiefs are on kitchen, just to remind you. And now this is the really tricky part, because we've seen so many times on this site specifically, man advantages go to waste on the attacking side. Sometimes because of time, sometimes because of unbelievable plays. But yeah, you saw that. That was so close. That may have been a really big piece of the puzzle. Oh, yeah, that one is.
Yeah, I think Chiefs are still too keen to peek here. They have so much time still on the board. And again, with Kitchen, it's as soon as you give too much an advantage to the other team, it's so tough to defend. Like, you can kind of retake it. You can defend from the long angles, but it's really not easy. And you also can't defend on site easily, especially without a smoke. I think that's a strong band there from Order. Does make Kitchen pretty hard to defend. So Order right now are really in the box seat to get a 3-3 half, which is incredibly representative of this matchup.
Vast needs to stay alive here. In my opinion, he... well, I mean, if Vast had to stay alive, Fisher Guy could absolutely not die, but that pretty much crumbles the round just like that. And now Vast is just caught in the middle of it. Order with an incredible response to what Chiefs have done so far. A half ends 3 apiece.
Yeah, that was a good, real back and forth half. And I don't have a read right now who I feel like has better momentum, because it literally just went trade after trade in terms of the round count. Chiefs Order, Chiefs Order, Chiefs Order. It just felt like the Order were adapting to what the Chiefs were doing well on defense, and then vice versa. So yeah, it's a really telling half, as we were talking about earlier, Matic. It's going to come down to who can excel in their attack half. Now, Order wouldn't say they excelled because it was a 3-3 half. So it's now on the Chiefs.
Not only did it go back and forth, by the way, but from what I can see, Hookah, Kitchen, and Bar were won on both sides. It wasn't like we were seeing a reattempt from Chiefs that were losing them. It was pretty even, and I think that really goes to show the matchup at OCM. You know, much to my disappointment, it was definitely not a fluke. It was not that one-off. And Order are looking quite strong, all things considered. They are in with an incredibly good opportunity, considering how defender-sided we have seen Coastline in their previous map. But, I mean, in saying that, the bans are completely different, Raven. They've lost two pivotal players for that defense that we saw work to good effect in the smoke and also the mirror. So we won't hold our breaths just yet.
Yeah, no, look, I'm totally going to grab onto your point there. Again, just remind everybody, Order played mirror 100% of their coastline defenses in the last map we saw these two play. So without that mirror, they've heavily, well, not heavily, but they will have to significantly change their lineup. Now, Cutie is playing the Valkyrie. That was banned last time by the Chiefs. So instead of the mirror up, they've got the Valkyrie. And it's going to just be a matter of whether this works out just as well for them or not, or whether the Chiefs manage to counter this better.
I'm super curious right now to see how well they enable a player like Style in his current form to really go off. Spec Up, speaking of current form, has been taken down. And there will be no impact that he will have right now. Obviously, the Banshee is still yet to play their effect. Order are very spread right now with two players completely on the other side. Vast ducking and weaving through the C4 mess.
Now, JackDad just not quite hitting anything right now. Fortunately, poor man's on a donut. That C4 didn't quite hit the mark either. This is where Order are looking like they're just going to dig deep and hold and not try and give too much away to the Chiefs because, of course, time is starting to get on the later side of the round and the Chiefs have not put a lot of pressure actually on site. It's been really a lot about hunting these roamers and clearing out the map and figuring out what is in front of them. Now, it looks like there is a heavy rotate coming to the hookah side here.
Oh, it looks like Jack Daddy has been spotted out. Yep, that is 100% confirmed. God Legion knows exactly where he is. Really cautious to not lose this fight. Love that from Cutie. Drops down the hatch to give his teammate the support he needs. But they have traded that for an extra man on site. That's an enormous run out from Cutie. And it pays dividends with 40 seconds left, Raven. Have Order just made the call of a lifetime?
That is big, but I think that means there's one off-site and one playing Cool Vibe Stairs. They now have that info. No, actually, Cutie has retaken through luggage, but this is going to be a hookah plant, Manic. They're smoked off the line. They've got 20 seconds. They're going to have to push hard.
Oh, if Digital loses that, it turns into a 2-on-2 with only 1 point of attack. Cutie could still go massive here. He's got the C4. Is that going to be a double kill? How is Fisho Guy still alive? No way, Cutie! You cannot be allowed to do this right now. Swings wide. Fisho Guy clutches up massively because that was rolling away for Order. What an attempt.
Oh, that was a really big round from Cutie. He turned that one on its head. It felt like the Chiefs just had the right momentum to carry them through to a win. That run out on top of the drop down. Okay, I'm going to string this together. He dropped down the hatch. He saved JackDad. JackDad still died, but at least it was a trade as opposed to them going behind. But then Cutie ran out, got the huge flick onto Worthy, put it in an even position, and then, yeah, he almost clutched that out in a 1v1. Absolute phenomenal effort from him. But also, not to discredit Fisho, played that perfectly. He knew he was planting at 7 seconds, so he could stick it without Cutie doing the 0-second rush, but he heard it coming already, and he pulled off. It was really well played from Fisho in the end to secure it. And that was an exciting round, I tell you what.
It certainly was. That would have been one of the nastiest clutches I've ever seen. I mean, if Fisho hadn't have pulled off that diffuser in time running back out of Hookah Door, he would have been killed by that C4 as well, to which Digital was killed at Cool Vibes only a second later. So that definitely was actually on the edge of possibility. And as we now look at it, the Chiefs, sure, they take that round and they're happy to have done so. But I think the key point, once again, is how they were able to do that.
5 seconds left before
They did look strong from start to finish, and it took a lot of magic from Cutie to even make that look close or doable. So that is a good starting point on their attack. But like we saw in the last half, back and forth just seems the way it is at the moment between these two teams. So don't get your hopes up yet.
Now, for those that may be wanting to follow the Ippy style storyline of can he get to the 2.0 KD, thanks to some maths from our friends, our other co-casters, if he's on 6 deaths, which he is, he's going to have to get 14 unanswered kills total. So
Yikes.
9 more kills without dying, basically, to close out the game, if he's going to get a 2.0 KD.
I mean, if you're Chiefs, you'd be really happy at the fact you've been able to keep him quiet for now, but there's no telling when and if he will come back into that form that we've seen him in for so long now. And having said that, Jack Daddy's still just holding on to Study with a little bit of pressure being applied both ways. But it doesn't look like Chiefs are overly interested in really pushing it just yet. Fisher Guy just applying a little bit more. Once more. Minute 30 left, and that's the pick that they've been looking for, that they've been praying for. The prayers have been answered.
Big pick. It's 2 rounds in a row now for Specker. He's been the opening death, so he's really having a rough one. In fact, it's the 4th time in the game he's been the opening death. Really not working out for him, but as we've seen, Order have been able to really bring it back even from that tough start, and Vast has now been downed. So, if he's not recovered, it will be even. Main thing I'm noticing here, Manic, though, is this has been a significant timer. There's almost 2 minutes burned.
Yeah. Oh, the thing is, I don't know if Jack Daddy knows that he has been injured. Goodness me, that was awfully close. Some incredible trades to come through, though. And with Vast being picked back up, there's not enough time here for Order to be able to waste. Or, though you couldn't imagine, especially with Cutie being droned out now too.
There's a little part of me that hopes that he fat fingered and pushed G just because it would have been really funny, but not to be. He's picked her up and they know that he's here. Worthy hunts him down. It's going to be a 1v3 for Ippy, the man of the hour.
Here it is. This is where the storyline begins for Order. On the back of a 1 versus 4. Is it achievable? There's no better person to be in that situation. Digital does his job and does it well. That is the first time we've seen back-to-back rounds and a half. And Chiefs now are looking incredibly dangerous.
They are. They really are. They're starting to look pretty comfortable on these attacks. And the main thing I'm noticing is it just doesn't feel like any of their deaths are going unanswered right now. They're very effective with these trades, and that's what's really affecting Order, is they're not being able to get this man advantage where they're able to kind of overwhelm the Chiefs' attacks when they finally get to executes. It's in fact the opposite. So hats off to the Chiefs and the way they've been sharp in these attacks. We said that it felt like the kind of match that was going to come down to who can excel with these attacks. Now it's just about, can the Chiefs maintain consistency with the way this is going? Because Order, in that other match the other night, they adapted really well to the way the Chiefs are attacking. So it almost feels like that might be what's coming.
Dokubi, good to see you join the server. Every once in a while, we're graced with their presence. I mean, I've got a theory craft here, but I feel like it may be to help counter what Cutie's brought in the Valkyrie. It is a lot of information that is definitely not an easy task of dismissing, and I guess really the only other sound way of dealing with it, Raven, is to bring that IQ. I mean, this is all theory crafting right now, so
5 seconds to go.
I would love to see if that is any effect for them. Regardless, though,
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Order have to get around now. They just can't let Chiefs bully them like this. And they are reattempting that hookah defense.
Dokubi could also be to potentially assist with roam clear. You know, it can help you not have to be as thorough with drones, because if you call as you drone through a section even, you can start to hear the phones buzzing, and it tells you like, oh, I hear a buzz, I need to drone thoroughly. If you hear nothing, you can generally assume it's safe. Now, there's no mute on the side of order. That is the hard counter to Dockerty's calls. So yeah, if you are droning and you have a Dockerty call go off, a logic bomb, then if you don't hear a buzz, you know that that whole section's cleared.
Okay. Slowly but surely now, this time is going to wither. And if remained unanswered, Chiefs are going to be in a firm position, Ippy style. I mean, look, he doesn't go undroned. I mean, if he goes undroned, yeah, that would be pretty scary. We saw Cutie in a similar position on Tuesday night, but they will not be making that mistake. Chiefs thoroughly drone and find him out early on. Joker, though, that's a nice early pick. That's Fisho guy going down. And as far as I'm aware, 2 of the Selma charges with it.
Yes, they've used that ace primarily to try and flush out that theater position. And it looks like the Chiefs are just going to rotate. Now, this is something that I'm surprised they didn't do earlier, because something they got punished on the other night was they constantly tried to flush out that theater roam. It was Ippy style in particular that was just going ham. And it wasn't working out for them. So they're ignoring it now, but they've lost Fisho in the process. Joker with a big pick onto digital. Order finally with a solid man advantage.
Wowzers. That is a way to respond. My God, God Legion has been another animal so far in this matchup and continues to be the demise of Order. You said it, Raven. They had a great advantage, and how quickly that has been dismissed.
Really has. God Legion stepping up. It was mentioned on the desk. If God Legion is up and firing, then the Chiefs seem to be winning their matches. Here he is on 11 and 6. They've set themselves up for a decent execute. And they get this plant down.
Oh, Worthy coming from behind on the Dockerby will be able to catch out Jack Daddy, and now it's just about burning this out. Can they hold in time? It looks like the diffuser's going to be confirmed with no vertical pressure. It's not possible now. In a 2 versus 2, Worthy stepping up massively. That is map point and playoffs point for the Chiefs.
Now, you've brought it up, Manic. Playoffs point it is. If the Chiefs win this next round, not only do they win the map, they will book themselves a spot in APAC playoffs. Conversely, Order have now, even if they come back and win this in overtime, they cannot guarantee themselves playoffs. Now, they can put themselves in the window, but it will rely on the result of 7th Heaven and Q confirm later. So that's a pretty big deal in the camp of Order. It's now basically out of their hands. If they get 5 rounds in a row, for example, and win 8-6, they're still not guaranteed in playoffs. And definitely as a team and as players, that's a terrible feeling. You hate your fate being in another team's hands.
Well, Chiefs may well just rip it out of their hands altogether. The first half looked so promising from Order. And now as the tides have turned, the Chiefs are starting to wither away at what was the potential for a sensational match. And if left unresponsed right now, it will 100% just fall into the nothingness for Order. I mean, you can't take away, they've had some pretty good performances in APAC South, but this is the big one. And Chiefs have almost booked their spot at the playoffs. It is so close.
Let's talk about that. That's a really big deal. It's APAC playoffs. They're not just going to be playing against other South teams. It's also going to be some of the APAC North teams. So that gives them even more experience to the broader APAC region, and that cements their name up there with some of the best in the APAC region. You know, top 8 in particular of all of APAC. That's a really big milestone for this team. So this round really does mean a lot, and potentially the subsequent rounds if it doesn't go to OT. But this is the thing. They have to lock it in. They have to nail it now. They've done 3 consecutive successful attacks. It's time to close it out.
devil's advocate here. Chiefs were on map point at 6-4 against Order on Sunday night, and they lost it on this map. Will history repeat itself right now? God Legion continuing to be the menace for the Chiefs, and he may well open the bank account once again. It is the kitchen defense here, and with no successful attempts so far for Order on their defensive half, we have nothing to go off but Chiefs' dominant form.
Yeah, and look, this is a really great play here from Jackdad. He's just placed a new mute jammer on his person. So both the Lion Scan and the Logic Bomb from Dockerby are not affecting him right now. No drones pursued. It looks like God Legion is actually just going to try and hold him from this position. And this is good patience from the Chiefs. Solid rotate down from the vertical though from Order, and that's Ippy style caught on that rotate by Fisher Guy.
It was about this time when things started to go crunch for the Chiefs. The minute and a half seems to be used as a bit of a separation and preparation for what lies ahead. And right now, Order look to be somewhat scrambling, trying to reposition, because if Chiefs continue to take this map control, it's going to be devastating. Worthy is now going to town on Order, and it is almost time. It is the 11th hour, Raven.
It is. This could be 50 seconds for Order just to hang in there, 50 seconds away from the Chiefs locking in APAC playoffs. 5 versus 3. Chiefs have a lot of control over through Sunrise here. Looks like they're aiming for a kitchen plant. Order still all very much spread out, and Cutie does have this vertical control. Joker on the flank as well with the Ellis shotgun, but Chiefs are all over this.
You feel like you would want that shotgun on site right now because it could really do some damage. The Chiefs, they are setting up. They are preparing. The last 15 seconds, and Specker hits an unbelievable shot. It's answered back by Digital. God Legion catches the rotate, and with Cutie that stands between one and none, he has to get something done. He'll try to rotate, but in a 1 versus 4, Chiefs on playoffs point, they managed to claw it out in a 6-3 victory against Order. Raven, they are going to the APAC playoffs.
Absolutely huge performance from the Chiefs in the end. A 7-3, that is a strong scoreline, not dropping a single attack round in the second half. Now, we highlighted a bit, Manic. We felt like it would come down to who excels on attack. Wow, it seriously did. The Chiefs did not drop one, and that's got them the win.
I mean, the win condition coming into this was partly God Legion playing incredible, and that is exactly what he has done. The call has been answered, and at a moment of need, the Chiefs pull through. History will not repeat itself on Coastline.
Will not. And look, I would love to think that maybe it did come down to the bans, because what the Chiefs really struggled with against Order in their previous encounterment that we talked about a lot really was the mirror. The mirror was 100% pick rate for Order. It was significant in their defenses. With none of that played tonight, they didn't win a single defense. I can't help but think that was a big factor.
I mean, at the end of the day, a big factor or not, I can't believe how dominant the Chiefs looked in that second half, Raven. I'd love to be able to hear a little bit more, and I guess the people to give us those answers may well be the desk. So Xenox, please take it away.
Yes, thank you very much, Robbo. What a game that was. Chiefs just too good in the end. Clinical. They are deserved victors and going into the playoffs as well. Couldn't be more excited for them, guys, considering their brand of siege that we saw in Coastline Dev was just immaculate to watch.
Yeah, really impressive game from Chiefs. You just see the way that they turned a new leaf since their last spout on that map. Really exciting for them to have such a strong game, especially on that attacking side. I think Raven keyed into it really, really well, mentioning that mirror ban coming out from Chiefs and how that affected Order on Order's own defense. And they were really struggling. Me and guys were having a bit of a chat about it during the game while we were watching, and Chiefs were just dissecting Order. They would position people outside in really safe positions outside the map, whether that's on the roof, outside the blue bar window, outside office, and they would just start to increase the pressure, turn that the torque up constantly on these Order players. And there was just nothing left for Order to do there. Chiefs played that so well. They put the pressure on Order until they were forced to move, and then they would punish them. And that's what led to Chiefs actually having a flawless attack half, which is a massive surprise considering the last time these two played, it was actually a defense-favored match.
Yeah, and I think another key component to that second half when the Chiefs were attacking was their relentless drone work. It felt like almost every time we were spectating an Order defender, they were impacting a drone, shooting a drone, wary of drones. And not only were they droning, but they're also playing off that intel and harassing those defenders, as Dev mentioned. So really clinical work there from the Chiefs. And they brushed Order aside. Like they weren't really that difficult of an opponent. And we painted this picture that this is going to be a lot closer than it really was in the end.
And I think rightfully so, though. It was only 4 days ago that we saw that 8-7 match on Coastline, and it's a very different Chiefs lineup that came out to play tonight. And in fairness, also a bit of a different Chiefs Order lineup because they just didn't quite look switched on for this matchup. But a team that was switched on, of course, was the Chiefs. And we're going to have an interview with one of my favorite players in the scene. It is Didge, smiling ever as always. Firstly, congratulations on making the playoffs in APAC South. It's been a great couple of days for you guys, Didge. You've high in the gauntlet. You've got a good position there in OCN, and now you're making APAC South playoffs. Just give us some insight into how the whole team's feeling.
Feeling well. It's always good to have a be on like a little win streak. So yeah, our team's in the highs. But we've done a lot of work in the last week or so it's good to see the results follow.
Yeah, I'm keen to dig into that work a little bit. The boys on the cast theorized that maybe the bans played a big factor in this match, playing out quite differently to the OCN matchup. Was that the case? And were there any other factors that allowed you guys to be much more dominant on this occasion?
I mean, we just did like the mirror ban on this map because we don't really, I don't know, they use it a lot. Whereas we can use it, but I don't know, we felt like they liked it a lot more. So ban that, and then the Zoph, I feel like he just like Jane just like catches on it a little bit. So I feel like we just ban that. We know Jake is a demon on either Ash or the Zoph. So yeah, we just ban Zoph for a bit of fun there, I guess. Nothing too in depth about the bans, but yeah, just those two, I guess.
Yeah, I want to dig in. Aside from the operator bans themselves, the map veto system. Like we went back to Coastline, which you guys already played in OCN. You lost that game to Order. You guys really struggled on your attack, and it was overall a really defensive favored game. And you come in today, you win every single attack round. And Order also had an improvement on their attack. They won 3 in regulation as opposed to 2. So, what went into the preparation to try and fix your problems on Coastline? What was it you identified last time you played Order that you needed to improve, and how did you work on that?
Last time we versed Order, our Ds were really good, and we feel like Ds are really good today as well. Like 3-3 and 4-2 on OCN. Like those Ds halves are really good for Coast. And our attacks on that OCN, like some of our Hooker attacks weren't that really, like played it really bad, and we had like 2 kitchen attacks that failed because of a mirror or a player in service, like playing aggressive. So some really easy fixes on that front, which we put into place today. And today as well, it felt like it was really easy to isolate these players. Like it just like these guys found themselves stuck. We just droned them, and then utility, and then I don't know, we just like cleared them out. So no, today felt well. And the attacks were clean today, and the Ds were still good. I feel like there were some rounds where we could have we lost, like we got into our own heads, like got too aggressive maybe. But you need that on Coastline, so you can't really blame yourself.
Now, just quickly, Didge, before we round things up, one last question, one cheeky question. Obviously, you guys, you've qualified for the playoffs now. Is there any team that you're looking at as maybe being a difficult opponent, or just a team that you're really excited to play against?
I mean, Knights will be cool to play against. Like, I feel like they're like a really good opponent, but I feel like we could take it to any team, I guess. But I feel like, I don't know, I just want to verse the boys, so yeah, it'll be a nice little matchup.
All right, mate. Before we let you go, final shout outs before we see you in the playoffs.
Just shout out my teammates. Thank you for playing well tonight, boys. Shout out to the fans, everyone watching as well. I don't know why I look to the sky to think about. Just shout out to the fans, everyone watching. Sport means a lot. Sport's huge. And yeah, thanks to Chiefs. Excited for the playoffs. And yeah, just for the future as well. So yeah, just for the cast as well, boys.
Exciting times ahead, mate. You keep getting better and better, and apparently you're just going to get sent away before we say goodbye to Didge. Look, guys, as a team, the Chiefs continue to get better and better. Dev, I feel like there's even more that we could see from them in the future. Maybe it won't be here in the playoffs. It could be a stage 2 thing, but they're getting closer to their peak.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming into this year, right, Chiefs, when they were Elevate, they weren't looking very good. Last year was a big disappointment for them. They went from, at the start of 2020, being the second best team in the region from Pro League, and then they ended up only getting 5th place at the end of OCN, knocked out by an underdog team in the playoffs. And this season, like this year, they came in, they brought in Fisho Guy. I think that was a big moment for them, and then an even bigger moment when they were picked up by the Chiefs. And I think this team has absolutely turned a new leaf. I think it's only upwards from here, and I'm really excited to see what they have to show in playoffs.
Yeah, playoffs is just going to be insane. If they can somehow build upon this form that they've established at the back end, it's going to be nuts. And I know that we've labeled them as being inconsistent quite a bit throughout stage 1 already, but if they can just shred that expectation and come out of the gates really strong, who knows what the height is for this team. I don't think, we haven't met their final form, and that could be very scary in the playoffs.
I mean, I'll just say a consistent Chiefs team could very well rival Knights and elevate for top spot in APAC South. That's what their best could very well be. They got to prove it though in the playoffs. They have secured their spot. 2 teams, of course, before we come back from the break, that have secured their playoff positions. Knights and elevate, the battle for top spot, the match of the day. You do not want to go too far. Make sure you come back for this upcoming match.
knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. Is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams, while you were chasing everything else but me. I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me 'Cause the future is now, not backing down. 'Cause the future is now.
Well, one of the teams has secured their place in the playoffs tonight. The Chiefs go on through, currently in the top 3. But guys, you know who is in the top 2? It is, of course, Elevate and Knights, and it is the battle for top spot coming up very, very shortly. Dev, this is the match of the day in my eyes, and it should really well be the match of the day. I don't know what's going on with your shirt there, but let's go and have a look at Knights versus Elevate. This is surely like the best match of the season. I hope it will be.
That's it. This isn't just the match of the day, but this is the match of the whole stage. It is the number 1 and the number 2 team, but which is which we don't actually know yet because we haven't seen them play, not just this season, but ever. This is an Oceanic team in the Knights versus a Thailand team in Elevate. This is incredibly exciting, and it is turning a new leaf for APAC South as a region, and I could not be more excited. I really, really want to know whether OS or Thailand is the number 1 because they're going to play the best team in APAC North as well. And then we're going to crown the whole champion of APAC. And a Thailand team has never been the champion of APAC. And an Oceanic team, aside from Fnatic, neither.
Yeah, I'm going to dip my toes in a bit of caster math here. So this is a little bit risky. Put an asterisk next to this. But this game is actually for 60 SI points minimum. So hear me out, right? So both of these teams, or one of these teams, whichever one wins, will go to the stage champion playoff against the top team from North. At minimum, if you finish second in that, you get 390 SI points. If you finish first in the APAC playoffs, you only get 330. So straight away, if you just win this match, you're already guaranteed to get more SI points than you would if you had to go through the playoffs.
Thank you very much for the mathematical observations there, guys. I hope that and pray that they are correct. Let's go and look at the Knights lineup coming into this matchup. We're all pretty split on this matchup between Knights and Elevate and who's going to take it out. But Dev, Knights as a whole, they're the best team from OCE. So coming into this match, they got that sort of riding their coattails a little bit, but they should feel confident at going up against Elevate.
They should, but at the same time, if there is anyone that can put Knights' tear to an end, it would be Elevate. Now, these guys, the Knights, they have been the best team in OS. I think everyone agreed upon that. As soon as Wildcard lost Diesel, everyone looked at Knights and said, all right, guys, your turn to step up. But if you remember correctly, Knights actually beat Wildcard at full strength in the 2020 finals, which were back in Jan. And these guys have been on the rise. Last year, they have gone from being like a middle pack, Oceanic team to now being the undisputed number 1 in OS and potentially even number 1 in the entirety of APAC. And that is just such an exciting prospect for so many of these players who are relatively young to the scene. You look at people like Juicy Josh and Sage, and, well, they're not new by any stretch of the imagination. They aren't like the old guard like Hayward, Dino, and some of these other players on these other teams. These guys are very much coming in and bring their own fresh flavor, and it is so exciting.
Yeah, and fun fact, the Knights have actually never finished first in a regular season. Their best performance was first in the OS finals not too long ago, but in terms of a regular season, they've actually never finished first. They've always been in the shadow of another team. So this is their opportunity, I guess, to buck that trend and finish at the top.
Let's go look at their opponents for tonight. Elevate, of course, arguably the best team in the region. I think it should go without saying, although maybe tonight, guys, will actually change that tune a little bit. They, of course, led by Onigiri as a whole. This team, though, stacks up really well and at their best should be winning this matchup despite Knights' strengths.
Yeah, it's been such a great year for Elevate so far. Last year, they were never really a serious contender for the title of being one of the strongest teams in APAC, but they have switched that around so quickly. Their record has just been impeccable, and they have been looking forward to this matchup. I think it's been multiple interviews now where Onigiri himself, whenever we've asked, who do you think the strongest team is, who you're looking forward to playing, he has said the Knights day in, day out. So I'm sure that these guys are prepped and pumped and ready for this game.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. If there's any team that can knock Elevate off of their perch, it is the Knights. But Elevate are a team that will be incredibly challenging to go up against. And Elevate are just such a strong team. What's really exciting for them is, as you said, guys, last year in APAC North, which Elevate partook in under the name Xavier, they were never the number one. They were never even number two. They were constantly fighting for third place with Cyclops. And actually, come the 2020 finals, they did come third. Finally, they finally beat Cyclops. Now, they couldn't break into the top two, into Giants and Cloud9, but since then, they've taken down Giants. In fact, both of these teams have beaten Giants, and both of them, I think, have earned the right of being known as the best team in APAC South. There's only one obstacle left in their way, and that is each other.
I think a lot of teams have beaten Giants though this season, Dev, so I'm not sure if there's much of a accomplishment in that fact. That might seem like a bit of a burn, but they are last on the standings. We do have to take that into account. Let's go and look at the map though and see where these two teams are going to be heading for this very, very crucial best of all.
Digital is back.
We're heading to digital. We're heading to digital. Look, hopefully we can get the map this time. Digital would have been a very fun map to play on though, in all fairness. I feel like if there had to be a map that's personified by a player, it would be Digital. I think it would almost resemblance a bit of like a theme park, Dev. But while we got a bit of time, maybe let's speculate a little bit as to where this match could go. And it'll give you guys a split second. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Guys, you're first.
Look, the difficult thing about APAC South this season has been that for a lot of these matchups, particularly cross-regionally between OC and C's, we just don't have any head-to-head history. So we don't know historically where these teams have liked to go. I'm sure Dev can probably bring up where these teams have liked to play personally throughout this season. But the one thing I really want to just preface this map veto with is how are these playstyles going to play against one another. The map, of course, facilitating that. The Knights, on one hand, love to be super calculated and super traditional Siege. Elevate, on the other hand, they play pretty crazy Siege.
There you go. It is Oregon where we head to, and what's super exciting to me is, you were asking me, Xenox, where do I think that these teams might take us to? And Clubhouse is definitely one of those maps that comes to mind. It is an insane map for both of these teams. Elevate are known for having a really aggressive Clubhouse on their defense, a very unusual one, very loose roams, and Knights are known for just being really, really methodical, but also have that spat of aggression. They never let their opponents rest. I think the fact that Elevate banned Clubhouse when it is arguably their best map is super telling of just how much they respect Knights. So instead, we go to Oregon, which is, of course, such a popular map in the current meta, and it's a really strong map for both of these teams, but Elevate have been banning it constantly. Their last 4 games in a row, they have banned out Oregon, and that really leaves Knights in a much more awkward position, because the only game that they've seen the Elevate play on recently is their game last week against Seventh Heaven.
Yeah, and quickly, this is going to be the only time so far in APAC South League Stage 1 that Elevate are even touching this map. We have to go all the way back to Cyclops in SI Quals for the last time that Elevate even played this map. So it's a huge unknown. A lot has changed in the current meta on how Oregon has played out on a number of the objectives. And as I said, Elevate, they love to bring the heat, super aggressive playstyle, and the Knights are kind of just walking into this unknown mist, and it's got to be a little bit scary, let's be honest. Sure, you can say that, Elevate don't have a good track record here, but just throw that out the window. The Knights are going to be a little bit scared, I think.
Yeah.
Well, before we get into the game, and as we sort of get our final closing thoughts here, both of you have gone for Elevate. Myself, and of course our two, actually no, it's just myself and Raven have actually gone for Knights. So Elevate the favored team here, Devin, and haven't seen Oregon. Do you sense that's going to be capitalized even more so now based on the map we're going to?
I don't know. What I can tell you for damn sure is the fact that Elevate don't have a lot of VODs of them on this map, and what's more, because they have banned Oregon so much, I think Knights wouldn't necessarily expect it to go to Oregon. So it does throw off Knights a little bit, and it's about how can Knights think on their feet? How can they retain their composure? For Elevate, look, I think they're a very confident team, and I think that they have everything it takes to be number one, but I know that they have been constantly looking at Knights as the team to beat. Is that the pressure that gets to them?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just quickly correct myself. Elevate did, of course, play this Tuesday against Seventh Heaven, so that was my bad, and it was a 7-4, so there is a little bit of form to go off. As I said, I think the heat is just going to be immense here. At the end of the day, Elevate, they have what it takes to keep the Knights on their toes, and honestly, it's going to be close, but they should just be able to edge out if the Knights can't adapt in time.
Well, I mean, I have to back in the Knights here. Like, in terms of my own sort of thoughts coming into this, you guys are heavily on the Elevate bandwagon train, whatever. Knights win this, and they stake their claim as the best team in APAC. Would you agree with that claim, Dev?
I think that you can't call yourself the best team in APAC until you beat the number one team from APAC North, which is presumably going to be Cloud9. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah. Whoever wins this is undoubtedly the best team in APAC South. No questions asked. Like, that is not even a question that we need to ask. The only teams relatively competitive for the title of best in APAC South are the two playing right now, and whoever wins takes that title cut and dried.
Yeah, and like I said, it's not even the title. If you don't win this game and make it to the stage champions match, there's no guarantee you get SI points. If you enter the playoffs, have a really bad couple of days and bomb out, well, 0 points, see you later, you go home empty-handed. If you at least win this and go to the stage champs, you at least make some points, even if you lose. So, yeah. I mean, that alone just increases the stakes of this game even more.
Exactly right, as always, guys, except for when you were wrong a minute ago with that matchup. Oh, wow. That's okay. I love you very much. You're my favorite co-caster. But speaking of co-casters, we've got two waiting in the wings. It's Mr. Australia and it's Raven.
Oh, goodness me. Well, g'day. It's Thursday. Unfortunately, only Australians will get that one. But we are in for a ride, Raven. This is predicted to be the game and the map of the entire season. Would you echo those statements?
It's hard not to. I mean, when you talk about the fact that these two teams are now competing to be the stage champions, that is, I mean, it's hard not to feel that way, right? They have really been building to be the best in APAC South, and we get to find that out right now for stage one.
We certainly do. We head to Oregon to decide it as well. We have only just seen Elevate play it against Seventh Heaven, and it was a close... No, it wasn't really a close affair. I was going to say it was a closely contested game, but it wasn't even a closely contested game because they took Seventh Heaven down in what was, I would say, a dominant 7-4 victory. And I mean, Knights are no slouches, so we do need to move forth here. But the Finca band to come in first and foremost. Was that who we saw? Was that the Elevate pick, was it? Who we saw, sorry, was that who we saw playing the Finca on Tuesday night? Was that Elevate? Because I felt like those basement attacks were so dangerous every time we heard that adrenaline boost come in.
Yeah, no, look, Elevator, definitely known for their Finca plays all through a lot of last year as well in APAC North. So the Knights deciding that maybe is the crutch that they want to target, take it off. It's a pretty big ban because you could really argue maybe it's not that big an impact in general because Finca really doesn't get much play. But yeah, it's not the case with Elevate. They do play Finca. So we'll see whether that does really assist them or not. And then rounding out the rest of these bans, all pretty standard for Oregon these days, especially Wilmai and Mirror. I just want to quickly touch that Wilmai ban in particular will make the hold of Elbow down in Bunker a lot trickier because you just have to rely on Jaeger's ADSs.
And I guess I don't think you can afford not to at least show face there. But so far, we haven't seen that Jaeger pick. And in doing so, surely it's the Aruni. No. Whoa. Okay. So there's no projectile denial. I mean, I'm super curious if Knights extend, which I just can't imagine their basement hold without that extension, especially when we see the smoke. Are they just relying on the smoke to waste time?
Yes, it is. Yeah. I really could be that. They seemed like they really wanted to bring in the Legion in particular. So they wanted to slow down with the Mutant Mozzie, that intel collection for Elevate, just to stop them being able to act on early info and get aggressive. And then it feels like they also really wanted to bring in the Melusi and Legion, again, to slow down some aggressive pushes from Elevate. So yeah, it's at the detriment of additional wall denial. I mean, they can still use the mute, but given that they're bringing mute and Mozzie, I feel like that's info denial more than wall denial.
Yeah. Good to see, to be honest. I do like the change. It's just been all too common. We are seeing the hold extended up, like you were alluding to. You know, we've got a lot of that intel from Josh. We've got the intel denial, so they will be able to waste a lot of time. Elevate are wasting no time whatsoever. What is this from Elevate? What are they about to throw at the Knights? Are the Knights prepared for it? That was so close. Sage has been able to find one. Oh, the Knights absolutely take Elevate apart as if it were roast beef in a slow cooker, Raven. My God.
What, just falling off the bone is what you're trying to say, Matic?
Oh, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, Hanagiri. Now, he's no stranger to being able to do some crazy things, but that he won't do. Hayward's going to close that out. Big round from the Knights. And gotta say, the goal from Elevate, I wonder whether that was trying to be a bit of like an alpha move. Like, hey guys, let's get super aggressive and rush. The Knights won't be ready. We'll put them in the back foot. We'll get their mentals in the bin at the start of the game. It'll be great. But it didn't work out. And also, I actually think that's not going to work out because you have to remember, like, the Knights are a very studious team. They would have studied Elevate pretty extensively coming into this. And I mean, if you're preparing for Elevate, number one thing in my mind would be prepared for aggression always.
Oh, man. I mean, I always expect Elevate to be, you know, doing some pretty crazy things, but that was absolutely wild. I wonder, you know, you say, you know, you're mentioning Knights and what they what they're really like. You know, we know them to, I mean, they have the support staff, right, to support them in doing a lot of that kind of prep, but that hold just worked so damn well. You know, like it was almost as if that was crafted specifically for that push. They didn't have that elbow extension. They held back. They waited for the players to push in. I know that the meeting hold is probably more of the play style that they're going for there. But at the end of the day, that couldn't have worked out much better for the Knights. The smoke was further back in Laundry. My goodness. I guess when it rains, it pours. And right now, it may be storming, but how long will that cloud stay over Elevate? That's the real question. Will it be a fast-passing weather condition, or will it be something that sticks around for a moment longer? We'll wait and see, Raven, but so far, that is an ambitious start.
Yeah, well, while you're looking for potentially a career in the Bureau of Meteorology there, Manic, Elevator looking to bounce back. And now I couldn't help but notice that Hayward is getting some pretty aggressive cams over on this west side to keep an eye on this potential push. And also maybe, I didn't quite see if he got one outside, but maybe he's trying to get info on the double window. But regardless, I did see one at the bottom of White Stairs. Pretty key camera, honestly. I know Elevate in particular, they love a late push up the White Stairs and try and get that flank happening. Again, it just really feels like the Knights have so far prepared for the moves that Elevate want to do. And look at that. Onigiri goes through that window, gets lit up. He's already lost half HP here.
Oh, and look how close the other player is as well. What a swing from Juicy. Wow, this is like a book open and shut. They're already on page 12 here for the Knights. They are looking so dangerous and seem to have Elevate's number picked at every which turn. This is not the tale we thought we'd be telling so early on here, but it is something that the Knights are prepared for. There is no doubt about it. And now the questions lie heavily on Elevate. How do they adapt? How do they work forth from here?
Yeah, I think that's the big deal. How did Elevate bounce back from this? Because the Knights are just constantly stepping up. Now a 2-man advantage in the favor of the Knights, and 2 minutes burned off in this attack. And so much of it has just been a first floor west clear. Not much pressure in from Master or Attic, at least from what we could see. And it's just about the Knights just continuing to hold these positions. Hayward continuing to be a pest down in the server room here. Surrounded, could drop back.
Not only that, that's 3 drones thrown at him, and he's been able to get away as well. Sage holds the bait. My God, they are getting dismantled right now. However, Sapper and DCH stand between Knights and a very clean round, all things considered.
Yeah, and the Knights just doubling down on this aggression. Hayward has rotated down the white stairs, leaves it on Sapper, and Dino swings to take him out. That's the Knights booking in their second round, and they are looking switched on, Manic.
I mean, outside of the util, the Valkyrie cams, like how much was really playing effect? You know, I didn't hear a single Banshee go off. It was just such an interesting round to see from the Knights again, bit by bit, chipping away at the armor of Elevate, consistently keeping them on their toes. Juicy went for another swing down at the bottom of white after finding Onigiri so early in the round. I am really, really impressed with what we've seen so far. You just don't want to really lean into this too much because it's Elevate, right? They are and have been the single most consistent team. I know Knights have won 5 games, Elevate have won 5 games, but Elevate's wins have all been in regular time. They've been able to close out in those big moments, in the clutch moments. They have stood strong. So, at any which point, this could really turn on its head. You have to sing the praises for Knights, though.
Yeah, I think you do. On top of that, you know, I'm just looking back at their match against Q-Confirm. Potentially a comparable playstyle to Elevate. And the Knights were flawless on their defenses. They only got to play 3 because they ended up closing it out on that because it was the second half. But they did not lose their defenses, and they excelled in their attacks. So if I'm Elevate, this is a pretty scary position. Knights seem to be switched on with their Oregon attacks. So if Elevate can't make an impact in the scoreboard here, it's going to be a really dangerous position at the half swap.
And it is. And now, how do we bounce back from here? I know that Elevate are that kind of team that can, but surely if they're unable to continue to put the pressure on the Knights, if Knights are going to move forth in this fashion, it will become extremely awkward. It looks like they don't have the information that they needed there. You could see Angry pulling back and watching ever so closely, making sure there was not a flank coming up from the basement. And right now, going to town on the wall. They still haven't found that mute jammer yet, and there it goes.
Take a bit of time. So lots of pressure onto Josh right now. He's the only one that's sandwiched in the corner on site. The Knights otherwise spread out, and Elevate hard focusing on taking this big tower and Attic control. Now Sage can still contest from the other side. There are 2 Elevate players perched in that position. Dino's going to be the opening death. Now this is a much better start from Elevate. It has taken 90 seconds to find it, but they are in a good position right now.
Indeed they are. You'd have to imagine from here they will close this. And I mean, I don't know if you saw it, but unfortunately Josh had shot, I mean, he's dead. It doesn't make a difference now. He had shot an ADS off the wall beside him and it hadn't have used any of its charges. So either of its charges, I should say. For now, Elevate are just so methodical, Raven. They are taking their time in clearing everything that the Knights have.
They are. Time will start to get away from them though, 45 seconds. I mean, it's good that they're not progressing too far, and that's another big pick. It's going to be a very hard task for these last 2 Knights players. In fact, it's all on Juicy's shoulders. And that's it. Flawless round for Elevate.
I mean, that's exactly what we've been prefacing, Raven. first 2 rounds have been phenomenal from Knights, but yeah, you just never for a second count out Elevate, because they bounce back, and boy, do they hit hard when they come back. Now, we are going to go back down to that Laundry defense. I guess one thing we do need to say very quickly about that round, Raven, is it was meeting. I think we've seen it played a lot more in APAC South recently than I've seen played before in the Oceanic region, but it's certainly that third site, the tertiary site, you know, it's kind of a bit hit and miss at most times. Regardless, though, it is a much needed round from Elevate, and in the form and fashion that they were able to achieve that, certainly going to be dangerous.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Definitely agree. That being said, it was the third tertiary bomb site for Knights. So, I mean, if they got to go through the rest of this half only losing kitchen meeting, that's still 4-2 half, very comfortable position. But regardless, I think the form in general displayed from Elevate on that round was promising, because those first 2 rounds looked like they were just a bit lost and maybe starting cold. I guess that's the beauty, though. Only 2 rounds. Siege, you can bring that back pretty comfortably. And a round win here would equalize things. It's like a fresh start.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
I would say it's a much needed fresh start. And here we go. The very different hold to what we saw from the Knights in the previous round. Obviously, Elevate bringing a completely different lineup as well. I wouldn't say completely different, just a slightly different lineup. But we are seeing that blue extension as per. Now, without those Wamai magnets, because, of course, Wamai is banned, it is going to make Juicy's job incredibly difficult. There are 2 ADSs perched just on the other side of the shield there with a Banshee. Now, I would say because of the position of the Banshee, it's actually going to make it a little bit harder should Elevate decide to really flush the utility in. It's going to be harder for Juicy to hold, I should be saying. Regardless, though, as we now start to prepare for what Elevate decide to do, they have pushed everyone mostly back to site. It looks like Josh is still hanging around the stairs of Freezer. But for now, they have taken the control that they needed on that second floor.
Yeah, the Knights opting for quite the heavy turtle. In fact, everybody is on site. Hayward's the one that's the furthest off, and he's creeping up to top of tower stairs. Now, this could be very dangerous for Elevate. They've either pre-droned this. There may still be a preset drone there they can check. But given the distance into the round, they may not be checking it. That all being said, though, right now they're really stacking up for a potential Freezer laundry push. They may not even go near those rear stairs.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? It's, you know... I mean, at least it alleviates the pressure on Pillar completely from the Knights, because they know fully that Hayward has that position at any point in time. They can go across and support, so they can put their emphasis on Laundry, on Freezer, and on Blue. But it still spreads you incredibly thin. It still keeps you with only 4 players to watch 3 different choke points. And the way Elevate are methodically taking this as Napier progresses further, it's looking pretty good for space and for time to work with.
45 seconds. This is where it starts to get dangerous for Elevate, because time is going to be really working against them. And the Knights are just not giving them an inch right now. And that's what Elevate would be looking for, is just this opening pick, something to give them that go signal that we see them feed off time and time again to close out these rounds. It's going to start to get very squishy.
Yeah, the issue is they haven't pushed back Blue either, so they now know the Banshee's still there. The alarm bells will ring well before Elevate push in, so they've just got to make sure that they hold the choke point of Laundry and Freezer. It is now Elevate pushing in quite deep. Angry looking to get aggressive, take the first point of contact with Sage playing so close. The Knights completely dismiss what they're trying to achieve. DCH and Angry! My goodness, the diffuser not in their hands, but it didn't make a difference. The Knights were well in control of that final phase execute.
They were, and I'm just so glad that you mentioned that, Manik, because that was the biggest thing I noticed, is the Knights just did not move in that execute. They really just held their ground and they waited for Elevate to have to aggress through. And it worked out so well because as Elevate were hunting and hunting to try and figure out where these site players were, you saw the Knights, they got the first 2 opening picks of that execute. And that was enough that allowed them to hold on and ride that timer out. Elevate trying to prioritize picks, but the Knights just, again, not giving them a single inch in that regard.
I think it's a really good sign for Knights that they've been able to take that so confidently. And you do wonder if Elevate had to put a little bit of pressure toward rear stage, even just showing presence on pillar. Maybe Haywood wouldn't have been able to progress so far and kind of gain that room back for Knights to then double down on the other side of the map. Maybe if they'd put some emphasis on blue, not even necessarily flushing the smoke completely out of position there, but rather making Knights a little bit more uncomfortable, the attention would have been spread so thinly. And that is a really nice drone that's going to spot out some great intel that Knights would have been able to grab early on. But now we are going back to dorms, and the issue for Elevate here is how strong Knights performed on this map. And I think Napew's just spotted that secondary Valk cam. So there we go. Bada bim, bada boom.
Yeah, 2 very, very valuable cams that the Knights is going to get no chance to use. That one that you saw in the master bedroom, it's going to be good for C4s in classroom or just understanding what's happening with the breach in towards master. So if they're going to be able to deny that cam early, really effective. And there it is, it's gone. So 2 Valkyrie cams in the first 30 seconds, gone. It's really good stuff from Elevate catching this early.
And on that note as well, I mean, that's the first drone that Elevate have lost, and think about how much intel they've been able to gain off the back of that. So they have so much more to go. Barbed wire goes down. I really like this from Juicy. Unfortunately, he does get droned out, and Onigiri decides to move on. This may be the clear of those mute jammers underneath, but he's not going to do it just yet. Juicy just narrowly missing the timing there.
He really did. Onigiri didn't even check it, I don't think, so that would have been huge. And now Zappa has caught Juicy off guard on the rappel peak, and this is going to be Elevate's chance. First 90 seconds, they're going to be opening up the wall into games. It's going to give them a really great opportunity. Still could be impact trick, but I don't think there's a Knights player that's going to be in position to do so. And note, that wall is open. That is crouchable as well. So really good stuff from Elevate again. They've got some really great progress happening here in the first half of this round.
Yeah, really happy with what they've achieved. I mean, I love it wasn't necessarily a bait from Onigiri, but it certainly allowed Sapper to find that free kill of Juicy swinging to try and stop that Ash charge from blowing up the mute device that obviously, you know, it stops any thought of progress on that game's wall. And now Elevate are in a great position. They've got Addict open. They've got games open. They're putting pressure on site. Oh, and I love this. Napier going to be pushing in on the back of disabling the Banshee. Oh, Knights, they have been well and truly caught off guard here. Both players off site to retake Raven.
Going to be a tough retake from White. I thought they were both going to come up, but Hayward's rotating around. Sage gets through. That was a pretty gnarly shot onto Napier, but Angry X is going to finish off Sage. Now Hayward is in a very big 1v3 here. Great pre-fire on DCH. This could be on. He knows that one of them... I can hear pings happening in dorms. He seems very much aware. This is the positions. He almost hits the shot, but Elevate off the back of a fantastic opening phase of that attack. I found another round. This is starting to be very tight, Manic.
I honestly thought that Elevate were just going to continue to squeeze Knights out of position and just pick them off one by one. But Napew just initiates everything there. I mean, the game's push comes in. Napew goes deep on the F2, finds a couple of finds the big kill of the anchor on site. And what I think I like most about the end piece there is how Elevate is set up with two players in kids, both being able to swing when that contact comes in. So as we move forward now, that is kind of a taste of their own medicine for Knights after having such a clinical round. in their first defensive attempt on Dorms. Now get a little bit of salt in the wounds, a little bit of payback, and we move on now as we are re-attempting the same site.
Yeah, on top of that, I just saw Hayward throw the exact same Valkyrie camera in Master. Sapper's got the drone there already. That's going to get caught. So, again, these Valkyrie cameras getting nullified very early. And a potential issue with that info, I mean, it could have maybe prevented the quicker push. They'd seemed very unaware that Elevate were in such a position where they could go. But it's hard to say. I'm really keen to see what the Knights can do to adapt to this, because that was definitely the best round from Elevate that we've seen. They just looked very strong, and it was very methodical from them.
Even after their flawless round in round 3?
I mean...
Because I would actually say yeah.
Mainly just because round 3 was kitchen meeting, and the fact that Knights haven't gone back to their... It's kind of like, oh, they acknowledge that is their weakest side. Sure, Elevate definitely picked them to pieces, but to pick them to pieces on Dorms and to have done so in the first 90 seconds and just execute on an opening like that, I feel like that shows more strength from Elevate, and that's something that Elevate could probably ride off more than that round 3 win.
Yep. Fair point. Hayward, though, finding the opening pick onto Angry, of all people. That was the Maverick that opened up into Attic, and look, the push never came from Attic, but it certainly helped push back the player in Pit last round, so not having that pressure on the northern side of the map may well allow Knights to double down a little bit more. Still 2 hard breaches on the board, though, and with Onigiri taking down Juicy, another big player for Knights, maybe looking a little bit closer now. That is an excellent pinch, Raven.
It is a beautiful pinch. And just like that. Oh, no, I'm not going to say it. It's going to be a 3v3. And we're going to see last 90 seconds dictate this round. Now, again, they're having some good progress made here on Master. Going to get some level of access. But got Hayward still lurking below. On top of that, he does still have a C4. Now, if they do have enough info, this could be really big for him.
DCH seems to understand the push and understand the pressure that Hayward was trying to apply there, but pre-prepped rotates allows Hayward to move around freely, and it makes him ever elusive. I really like this from Elevate. If they do or don't know, I'm going to assume they know. I really enjoy the fact that they're just completely negating that and ignoring that roam for now. However, it may come back to bite them. That's the problem. It's always a double-edged sword, Raven.
It is. And now DCH looks concerned about it. It makes me wonder whether they actually have a flank drone or whether he's just going to constantly be just double-checking whether that's coming through. Hayward really could be the X factor on this round. Elevate looking poised to go right now. They're just a little held back by something. Maybe it is this Hayward. It is Hayward play. They've still got Napu dedicated down here for this.
Okay, Sapper now going for the stick in games. It's a common plant spot. Is the C4 going to come out in time? No. Huge from Napu to deny it, and Sapper finds Josh Sage in a one-on-one. He does have the diffuser in hand. He is going to be sticking this. Napu coming around the corner. Sage got off it in time, but Napu wins the fight out at the very last second. And Elevate tie things up 3-3.
A very close round. I felt like that was such a fitting round for what ended up being a very close half. I felt like Sage had a window of opportunity where maybe he could have stuck that, but he just... it looks like he was hesitating a little bit. Maybe they weren't 100% sure where Napu was. But well played from Elevate. They were worried about the Hayward flank. They dedicated Napu downstairs to watch that player in particular. And they just backed it in. They were like, all right, let's go for the plant, cover from Trophy, and see how it goes. And they got it down. And that was really what saved them, because the Knights ended up getting both those players up on that top floor as soon as that plant went down.
Yeah.
Without getting that confirmed, it would have been a Knights round for sure.
Okay, Siege. The game of two tales. The game of two halves. This is where the storyline completes itself, Raven. 7 play days in this inaugural season of APAC South. Both of these teams deserved of top place. Only one will come out as the victor. And, I mean, this is the game for it. This is the moment for it. Knights do have to win this cleanly, though. And I'm sure there will be a lot of questions asked. And by the way, let me just quickly preface that. Knights have to win cleanly because if it goes to overtime, Elevate will take a point and it will all be done. So this is really crucial that we see the Australian team lock in and double down on what they've achieved so far.
In the context of this map as well, it feels like a similar story to what we had with Order Chiefs. It feels like whoever's going to excel in their attacks is probably going to take this map now. Oh, okay. Onigiri just running in an open window. It's going to die out to Sage. Good start for the Knights. But what I was going to say is, looking back at Elevate versus 7th Heaven, which was just the other day, Elevate went 3-3 in the first half, and that was on their attacks. They then managed to win 4 defenses, only dropping 1 to win that game 7-4. So they are clearly more comfortable, proficient on defense. You can include that at least. But maybe that just comes down to 7H not being as competent as, you know, the Knights maybe on attack. So if the Knights can step it up on attack here, this could be a lot closer, but it feels a bit scary for the Knights right now, just looking at that past match history.
Yes. It's always, I mean, okay, it's always hard to pitch team versus team in play styles and ability and things like that, but especially in APAC South, it's been impossible to predict nearly anything. It has literally been one of the craziest tales of a season that I've ever been a part of, so it looks like Knights are making somewhat good time at the moment. Minute 20 left on the board. Hatch is starting to open up. An avenue starting to open up on that as well. No pressure in blue, though.
Still, Elevate just not overextending, which is good because the Knights did get that early advantage. Now, they're only just looking to take elbow. It's not being held at all, but Angry X is just waiting over at that Brick's doorway to peek out. Looks like most of the push, though, is going to be around this Freezer laundry pinch.
Okay, there's no drones. Oh, huge C4 from Napew. The point of drones goes out the window when you hit C4s, but Knights are going in dry. No information whatsoever. Elevate can turtle here. They have to dry peek. They have to go around the corner. Don't give Dino the openings, though. Napew decides not to. And that is a close round, but one that Elevate will be happy to take away. It is the first round of the second half.
Yeah, it was close. Was a good showing from the Knights on their first attack, but Elevate really held that one strongly. Great job. And that's going to put them out into a lead. So pressure starting to mount on the Knights here. As you said, they want to win this in regulation. Get a clear win, clean win. Now, Elevate are 2 rounds away from stopping that from happening. So this is a big moment for the Knights.
Now, one thing that we've seen a lot of is the tactical pauses Raven coming into this season. And I actually think we've seen quite a few to successful avail, which right now we are currently in a Knights tactical timeout. We see the Ying being swapped onto, so they may well be initiating a different strat to what they had thought previously. And I do just want to very quickly talk about that drone economy then from Knights, because before the prep phase had finished, Onigiri had found 3 drones. At a minute 30, there was only 1 drone left. And at 50 seconds, there were no drones. There was 0 chance of being able to foresee what the hold of Elevate was. And I mean, look, Knights actually did a pretty decent effort of trading out and found themselves in a 2-on-2 situation to which Napew just shut the front door on them. But at the end of the day, did that lack of intel really hinder the Knights, and will it continue? It's a theme that we're definitely going to keep track of.
Look, I definitely feel like it could have, because the Knights are a pretty structured team, and certainly if they've got info, it's comfortable for any team, but that's where they really thrive. Is if they've got the info, they can make some really good decisions, and they can punish you for certain positions. They just didn't have that. It just comes down to face checking, and against a team like Elevate, who are mechanically gifted to say the least, it's really going to be hard to just try and be taking heads-up gunfights, especially pushing down crowded hallways that you get in Freezer and that double door in Laundry. You know, very funnily points.
Yeah.
So I'm not too surprised that Elevate did come out on top there. But
Yeah.
look, it's only the first round for the half. The Knights have got a chance to bring it back, but they really don't want to let this slip away too much.
Our wonderful resident caster and analyst and apparently host now, Dev Mata, has spotted the shotgun on Onigiri and Sapper. That is the Bandit and Pulse. I mean, Pulse maybe not as crazy to see the shotgun being used, obviously not as common, but definitely I think this may be one of the first times I've seen a Bandit with the shotgun in favor of the cheeky SMG. So I should say MP7, but bang. We move forward now. And Knights are definitely going to need to be cautious of the intel that Sapper is going to gain here, but that's that's some poor timing from Sapper. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, but he's winning the fight. Josh is down to just above 25 HP. And in fact, Sapper managed to get away alive. Now, look, yeah, he did lose 45 HP out of that, but I think it's more significant what he's done to Josh here. And he's been able to slip away and now start to collect more info. This is a lot about the info game here for Elevate.
I love hearing the pings, and I love hearing the ripping of C4s, because it definitely alludes to a lot of intel being gained. I mean, that's a very tricky position to be in. Sapper, obviously, being across there, could have been able to give some information, and I'm assuming that's where it's coming from. They have spotted him out on the drone. Once again, you know, a minute left, 5 drones left. It's not that bad at the moment, Raven, but Knights are definitely going to need to get a move on now, because Onigiri is tricking.
Yeah, and I think he's going to get these X-Cargos. He is, and now I feel like I see the value of this shotgun. If somebody is to go below and contest through those rafters, I would back the M870 to get a pretty heavy shot onto that player. I feel like it'd be more comfortable in the MP7 for sure. He gets aggressive. There it is. The distance on that gun with the laser sight is fantastic. And Elevate are getting faces of Knights right now.
Wow, that is monstrous. However, okay, a 2 versus 3 with little time left. Hayward with sight control. They are separated. Napew is the one that stands in between them as Juicy pushes in a little bit further. It's actually Hayward to find the kill on Onigiri on a lick of HP. He just makes it around the corner. What a clutch in a 1 versus 2. They funnel into Trophy and they're met with the shotgun of Bandit.
I just saw a drone where Hayward died. Not sure which way it was facing. Didn't see a light on it though. And I swear if that was facing Onigiri, I would be tilted if I was Hayward, because they could have said prone. But regardless, what a great clutch from Onigiri. And that shotgun proved so effective. He got a 3K with it. It enabled that clutch to be so much more successful, honestly. Instead of taking just a heads-up gunfight with the MP7 being about rate of fire, he could play that little peek game around the doorframe. And the fact that Diffuser was dropped in that exact position was just perfect for him to play off.
I'm so glad we talked about that then, Raven. I'm so glad we talked about the shotgun and we made it a quick little talking point. Dev Mata, thank you for pointing that out and allowing us to dissect before what was the bloodbath in Trophy. And I mean, that just all round from Onigiri was so good. The Bandit trick onto the X-Kairos to deny the game rotate, or at least the game murder hole. And then the clutch to finish with after being able to take down the one member that was in Trophy prior. This is just turning out to be
10 seconds left.
really a sensational match, Raven. And Elevate are currently looking the better of the two. But Knights are well and truly still in this. Both rounds so far this half have come down to a 2v2.
They have been close rounds, but it just feels like the Knights, they don't quite have it there yet to be able to bring this back. It's 4 rounds in a row for Elevate.
Oh,
It was
no.
3-1.
No way.
Uh-oh.
No way.
Oh, very Aces-esque with the shotgun out the window. He gets away beautifully, Manic, and this is a real danger zone right now for the Knights.
Oh, Knights just don't seem to be able to get a hold on this aggression that Elevate are throwing at them. Sapper, how on earth can you predict that? Catching him out on his drone, Dino completely unaware. And I mean, Knights are scrambling right now to try and find this trade. Onigiri is not the player you want to be stepping into. As well as that, it is one of only 2 hard breaches, and the other is Maverick, but Haywood, once again, it's Haywood stepping up to give Knights an opportunity back into the rounds.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, it's been good to see him step up. And now you just reminded me of something I was going to mention earlier. I'm going to highlight Josh. He's going 1-7 at the moment. Now, he is actually the highest rated player on the Knights roster. Now, they are pretty close together with their ratings, but regardless, it shows his impact. And he's just really failing to do so in this match. And I feel like that's one thing that is potentially hurting them. They are a team that thrives when all their players are being effective, as most teams would. But you know what I mean? And Josh has generally been somebody that's very consistent. So to see him struggling is, it's quite a shock.
A bomb has been located.
Preface for this round, Raven, this is absolutely huge. Elevate are currently on their final point needed to secure first place. They only need to push this to overtime, They only need 6 rounds. And Knights, it remains with everything. They are the only team in their way, and they're the only team versing them right now. The only other team in the server. And as 50 seconds starts to fade away, so too do the Knights' dream of holding the APAC South Champions title. Napew starting to devour them. Onigiri dropping 2 players as quick as you like. Haywood now needs to step up, but Elevate have done it, Raven. They have secured top place in APAC South, and now all that is left to do is put the nail in the coffin and defeat Knights cleanly.
So right, Manic, Elevate, they are now considered the champions of APAC South, but the match isn't over. It's kind of just a bit of consolation at this stage, but 3 rounds. Let's come back to the micro of the game. That is the 5th round in a row for Elevate. The Knights have gone absolutely missing since round 4. They just have not seemed to have had an answer. They looked pretty lost on that attack. They got some progress on the wall, but just the early jump out, I felt like it really rattled them. On top of the fact they're now going to be pretty aware that their chances have slipped by, I imagine. And Elevate running on absolute adrenaline right now. I think this is going to be over very soon.
Attackers need to
I don't think anyone can disagree or can argue with that, Raven. Knights have really... I mean, okay, let's just talk from an Oastcaster's perspective. Knights have definitely done Australia proud, Australian Siege proud in this inaugural season, or inaugural stage of the inaugural season of APAC South. No doubt about it, but Elevate are just on a different level. They are another beast altogether. And in all honesty, they have dominated like no team I've seen in this region. And by this region, I mean Oceania. Definitely not APAC. You can't discount what Giants were able to achieve last season either, but my goodness, Elevate stepping into incredible form here in 2021.
Yeah, Elevate really doing Thai Siege proud. And look, they were already rising to some form last year. And they've really just continued that rise and some dominance in APAC South. Now's their chance to lock it out. Sage is going to progress aggressively down Freeze's stairs with this Nook. And the Elevate players seemed to where they all kind of just ran away, not trying to peek it, not give it away too early. And that's the thing, is you don't really want to lose this game at the end of the day. Even though they'll go through and still be stage champions, you still want to get that dub. You don't want to throw this away.
Sapper is going to be such an annoyance here for Knights. Elevate haven't brought the smoke, and I mean, swap out the smoke for the clash, and you're going to have a bad time. So I really just foresee Knights stalling in so many parts here. Hey, this is a PG broadcast.
Not with you on it, mate. Jeez.
Oh, get off it. Sapper now toying with Knights. Elevate are well and truly on their way now.
Yeah, it feels like it. They're really struggling to deal with Sapper. Hayward's lost 50 HP to this clash right now. That's absolutely crazy. And the Knights have not been able to make this progress that they're looking for. And one thing I was theorizing, actually, just quickly pivoting, I was looking at the bans, and to see the Yana ban again, we do know it's something the Knights were leaning on a lot. We've noted that their drone economy hasn't been too crash hot, and maybe that just shows that they have relied a lot on the Yana for info.
Oh, no. Well, whatever they've relied on, it is certainly been ripped away from them here. Elevate, not only on map point, but they are doing it in style. It is now a 3 versus 3. Have Knights done enough? Dino looks to come in from behind, but he'll be shut down by the shotgun of Onigiri. Juice is going to be stuck here, and Raven, this is one for the books.
Feels that way. Angry X is going to start to drive that home. It's all on Juicy's shoulders to save something for the Knights here, but Elevate, they monster it. Onigiri closes it. Elevate are your Stage 1 APAC South champions.
Confidently so. They have proven themselves through the trials. And I should say trial by fire. What a season they have had. To cap it off with a win against the Knights so cleanly only does that more pleasure. My word. We are now well and truly on our way to closing out Play Day 7. We're only on the first half of it, so you want to strap yourselves in. Ah, Raven. Whew.
That was a spicy game. Yeah, look, Elevate, just rightfully so, they stood up when it counted. Now, I want to go back to something that we did talk about at the half break, and we're looking back at the history of 7th Heaven versus Elevate on Oregon just the other night, and it was a 3-3 half that ultimately ended up being a 7-4 victory to Elevate. Tonight, 3-3 half ended up being a 7-3 victory to Elevate. I tell you what, taking them to Oregon, you better be ready for their defenses, because they are standing up in their defense halves.
They are hot and heavy, and so they have been since the start of this season. Great to see them continue in fine form. I know 3 people who will be eager to talk about what has just unfolded in front of us. Xenox, please dissect away.
Yes, well, firstly, congratulations to Elevate, champions of APAC South. They move on to stage champions where, yes, clap away, Tev. Clap, clap, clap. They are, of course, going to be awaiting their opponent from APAC North. But, guys, emphatic victory in the end. Dev, I very much thought the Knights were going to be able to put up more of an effort. That's why I tipped them. And I'm definitely a sad boy over here because Guz is going to beat me in the predictions. But full credit to Elevate in the way that they played in this matchup on Oregon.
And how did they play? They played exactly how we thought they would play. They played like Elevate, right? Now, round number 1, they rush with Blitz. Like, they don't have Finker, that's been banned against them, but they still do a Blitz rush. We saw that round where we had Bandit Shotgun on Onigiri. He got a 3K with that thing. Insane. And the first kill was actually onto the diffuser, at which point he retook Master and counted out into the late round. We saw Clash. And we even saw the fabled Aces Fnatic jump out from Armory window with Pulse Shotgun, which just is the kind of, I'm trying to think of a PC word that I can use. It's the kind of just inappropriate behavior that you come to expect from Elevate, that unorthodox playstyle, that insane, weird aggression, and it's what we know them for, and it worked so well against Knights.
And we heard multiple times throughout the season from Onigiri himself that they thought that the Knights were a challenging opponent, an opponent to be feared, but they played this match fearlessly. They didn't make any compromises with their playstyle, the only one probably being that Finker, which wasn't a compromise that they made. It was the Knights maybe a little bit scared themselves taking that off the board, but it really didn't impact their playstyle. Their drone clearance was amazing. Multiple players clutched up as well throughout, which was great to see, and they are rightfully number one.
Speaking of Onigiri, let's get to our interview with the man himself. Firstly, congratulations, Onigiri, on the victory, taking out APAC South. The whole team here as well, showing and flexing their muscles and their might. Massive win against the Knights. Congratulations. I just have to ask though, how's everyone feeling?
To be honest, we feel great because, like, oh my god, I'm shocking right now because it's our first time that we secure the first place in APAC South. Yeah, and it's our first time that we win the first place.
Yeah, Onigiri, talk us through this match. You said yourself a couple of times this stage that you thought the Knights was going to be a difficult opponent. In the server tonight, did you feel that? Was it as hard of a game as you were expecting?
On the attack, yeah, we feel that they are strong opponents, but we defend. But I think our defense is better than them.
Certainly looks like it when you guys are running around with Pulse Shotgun and you with a Bandit Shotgun, M870. We're getting a 3K. You are insane, man. And I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask about yourself and your team. You have been playing Rainbow Six for so long, and a Thailand team has never been top 2 in APAC, let alone number 1. And you have a chance at taking on the winner of Cloud9 or Cyclops, whichever one of those teams. Both teams who you played a lot last year in APAC North, and both teams that you struggled against. Do you think it's possible that you could play a game against them and win and become the champions of APAC? Do you think that's possible? And what would it mean to be the first Thailand team to do that?
I think it's possible if we prepare ourselves enough. And they are our rival, and yeah, I think we can beat them. We back in APAC North, we beat Cloud9, we beat Cyclops. I think we can beat them again.
I definitely think you can beat them as well, mate. And looking forward to more than anything, especially representing APAC South. Any final shout outs that you want to give before we let you go?
Thank you for supporting us, and we will do our best against Cloud9 or Cyclops and take that first place.
Awesome work. Best of luck.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Representing APAC South, wholesome. You can't help but love Onigiri, and of course Elevate in the way that they are playing right now, especially taking this form dev going into that stage champion, whatever I think it's called, stage champion. I guess that works in that matchup against APAC North, and obviously for us here at APAC South, we'll have some bias. We're going to be backing them all the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just going to point out something that old mate Manic has pointed out in the chat. You call him mate, and then he calls you sir. I just love that dynamic that you guys have going on. But Onigiri is such a character, so passionate, and I know that he's going to take that passion straight into that stage championship game against Cloud9 or Cyclops, whichever one it is. And like you heard it from the man himself, like he's confident. He has beaten Cyclops before. They have beaten Cloud9 before. They know they can do it. They've just got to rock up and prove it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's set the expectation probably better than any of us on the desk could. He's beaten them, or his team has beaten Cyclops and Cloud9 previously. But again, that is history. That means absolutely nothing. It will come down to that championship match, and I am sure whoever they face, man, it is going to be an absolute banger.
It's going to be a tantalizing match to watch. We've got another tantalizing match, though, coming up after the break. Seventh Heaven versus Q confirmed. The winner will go to the playoffs.
Before you stress up the groove, the energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I work too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret. And I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it. And I'm coming in high, you better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it. And I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops of drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt, peep the scenery. Telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. And with Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block, and they be pumping weight and holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still with his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when it's beef, he gon' rush him. He said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising in this board in the bus. So if you with me.
I've done it. God damn it. I've done a Xenox. Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen, here for APAC South. Joining me, two lovely friends of mine, Manic and Raven, of course, after casting the two earlier games. Raven, in some way, maybe a little bit disappointing that they weren't closer, but still, we've got some big results. Of course, Elevate moving on to the stage championship, and obviously Chiefs going to the playoffs.
Yeah, look, they're both very exciting games going in. And it was still very exciting results at the end of the day, but yeah, not as close as we expected. But that does show that I guess there were two clear victors in that instance, in particular with that Elevate game. It really just firmly puts them at the top of APAC South for stage one.
No doubt at all. No doubt in my mind they are number one. I think Knights, we were asking, could they hold a candle to them? It doesn't look like it. However, the good point is for Knights, they're still in playoffs, right? They still come second from unless there's something crazy that I didn't look at, they still come second. They still had an incredible season nonetheless. As for Chiefs, how happy could you be picking up a new org halfway through the season and now to be able to take them to the playoffs? Phenomenal.
Yeah, it's awesome for the Chiefs as an organization, and of course the team as well, that they're firing on all cylinders. I can confirm for you, Rob, that Knights can't fall out of second place, so at least they've got that for them. Still a very good stage overall, and they are going to be a team to watch going into the playoffs. Let's turn our attention, though, of course, to what is officially the match of the day. And hey, Raven, maybe it will actually be the match of the day after all. Seventh Heaven versus Q Confirm. A final spot in the playoffs up for grabs.
That's right, Xenox. This is the last playoff spot up for grabs, so there is a lot of weight in this match. And who would have thought that Seventh Heaven in particular would be in this position? Now, we've talked about it a lot, that we really had potentially unfairly written them off at the start of the stage. We thought they would be down near the bottom of the standings, but week after week, they have put in some very decent performances. And yeah, they are in with this chance. They really could make playoffs this match against QC.
Yeah, and I mean, one player I'm going to highlight, not necessarily the player that we would talk about in terms of having the biggest impact. We'd probably look at Pika or Souffle, but Spirited has come in as a sub and has done phenomenally for the team. You think about the pressure that would be coming onto coming into the back end of this season, and he's stepped up for them. I think, in particular, you look back at a couple of games. The Knights one stands out in particular, where they were able to come back from a 6-0 to push it to OT. Unfortunately, they lost. But you can't deny that this roster right now is incredibly dangerous and has something up their sleeve that I just don't think a lot of teams are ready for.
Yeah, Spirited with a 4-0 entry. That's kind of nuts. He's only played 4 maps coming in halfway through, as you said. And in those 4 maps as well, in terms of that 1vx or that clutch scenario, he's done that 3 times and still with 1 game to go. So he has been big in the clutch moments. Let's look at their opponents, though. Q Confirm. And speaking of sub healthcare, of course, he has returned since about almost the halfway mark, Raven, and since then has arguably been one of the best players in APAC South, but it hasn't been surprising, and it is one thing that Q Confirm was missing in the first half of the season.
Yeah, look, he came in that first game and got the highest rating in the league, and he's managed to maintain that. He's played 3 maps now. He still is the highest rated player in the league at 1.32, and it's been a really rough entry into this matchup for them because they just got 7-0'd by the Chiefs on Tuesday. That was a nothing short of humiliating loss to them. Healthcare really carried them through that. They couldn't have done any worse than a 7-0, but if he wasn't there stepping up, it was a very dark game. So this is going to be one where I'm sure they're fired up. They want to put in a much better performance than what they did Tuesday. And of course, they want to make playoffs.
Such a dark game. Was that a pun on the sub who's no longer there and Healthcare has taken over? Please tell me it was. No, it wasn't.
Well,
but it is
a dark game in that instance.
No, but it was now. Again, just reiterating, Dark wasn't necessarily the worst player to have in that position, but Healthcare is just on another level, and you don't want to isolate just Healthcare. Yes, he has really been the difference. You still have to look to Producer Boom and the rest of the roster. Like Colas had some really good games early on in their season that I think really gave them an upper hand in having the 3 points when they first started against Wildcard. So there really has been a team effort to get Q Confirmed to where they are right now. They've only got 1 more hurdle to go.
And also just to note as well, you mentioned the 7-0, but Chiefs are just looking in formidable form right now. So how much stock do you really put into that when, in all fairness, it was really just the Chiefs being the Chiefs that we've seen from them recently. So I'm looking to Q Confirm to bounce back. We'll see, of course, where they're going to be bouncing back on, what map that will be as we get our map list going down. It is going to be Consulate, which we haven't necessarily seen a whole lot of this season, Manic, and coming into this matchup, I think I like it. It's not Oregon and it's not Clubhouse. It's something a little different.
Yeah, we have only seen it once, actually, to correct you, and well, not to correct you, but to add on to what you said. Sorry, hey, I'm not the bus, you're the bus. I am merely just a passenger on that, okay? But Chiefs Sorry, not Chiefs. This was Seventh Heaven who played it. So this has already been seen from Q Confirm, kind of watching, from a third person's perspective, kind of taking the notes. It was against Wildcard. They lost 4-7. Asterisk though, Wildcard is pretty good on Consulate. We expected them to be able to take that map. It was the only map, in fact, we thought they would win. However, let's bring it back to this one. I do think that Seventh Heaven are in with a good chance here. I think Consulate does lean into some sporadic things from that roster in particular, and I dare say keep an eye on Souffle and Pika in this one.
Look, I'm excited to see how this is going to play out, because just looking at the map stats here, Consulate is Seventh Heaven's most banned map, at least in the period that we have stats tracking for, which is over the past year, and the second most banned map for Q Confirm. So neither of these teams really play Consulate that much at all. Yeah, Seventh Heaven did get a 4-7 loss to Wildcard. Wildcard looked particularly good on that day. Bit hot and cold this stage because of their situation, but we really just don't know what it's going to be like for Q Confirm. The last time we saw them play it, it was a 3-7 loss to Cyclops in SI qualifiers. But that was back in December. That was many months ago. Things have changed a lot since then.
Yeah, and this region as a whole, APAC South, throws out some funny results. And we very much say a lot of the times anything can happen. It goes either way, 50-50. In this case, I think, again, the sentiment rings true. Although we've, again, had some pretty one-sided results tonight. We'll see if that trend continues as we head into Consulate. We'll throw it over to our wonderful casters. My favorite duo, it's Cousin Dev.
Oh, we're the favorite. Did you hear that, Guz? I just feel all warm inside.
Always knew it, Dev. But I mean, heading into this one, there's 4 things I love in life. I love you, I love Siege, I love APAC, and I love a good game of Siege. And this, I think, I have a sneaky suspicion it's going to deliver.
Oh yeah, I'm so ready for this. Q Confirm on the back of poor form, and well, Seventh Heaven has shown that they are not to be underestimated. This could go either way. We love to say that, but in APAC South here, it is always true, and I could not be more excited for this match with playoffs on the line. Q Confirm all through 8 last year, they just couldn't make it into the top. They could never make playoffs, and Seventh Heaven, well, they have bounced back and shown that they are the dark horse everyone has been waiting for. Let's see who takes it on Consulate.
I don't want to bore anyone with math, and I know I'm terrible at it, so we'll quickly get this out of the way, Dev, but I think it's important that we establish what these teams actually need to achieve to make the playoffs and where they could potentially position. We'll start on the side of Seventh Heaven as they're on the attack. Their best possible finish is 4th. Doesn't matter if they OT win or if they have a regular win, they are going to finish in 4th position. On the flip side, Q Confirmed, they need 3 points, so a regulation win will head them to 3rd position. However, 2 points will equal them with the Chiefs, and because they lost the head-to-head, a 0-7, then they themselves will land in 4th position. But the TLDR, if you want to simplify it, basically, if you win this game, you're in the playoffs.
And that's massive. That's what all of these teams are fighting for at the moment. It's what we've already seen Chiefs and Order fought, and of course it was Chiefs who took that, and now it is of course the other playoffs game. Now I just will make one tiny remark while you mention it. Now as you said, Q Confirm has a shot at 3rd seed coming into it, so that would then take them against the 4th seed from North, whereas whoever takes the 4th seed here would then, if you take 4th seed, then you'd play the 3rd place from North. I don't know if that makes much of a difference, to be honest, though.
You've lost me already, so
yeah.
That's okay.
I'm sure I lost
Let's talk about the bans. That's something tangible. We can talk about that. So Ace Thatcher taken off the board first. Not too unexpected here on Consulate, and we'll make opening the basement a little bit trickier. Vigil's a little bit of a wild card. Both of these teams, I'm sure, would not have shied away from playing him had he been available, roaming around the map. And Mirror to wrap things up. Now, in terms of match history, Seventh Heaven, as the boys on the desk did mention, they have played it against Wildcard. On that occasion, they banned out IQ and Goyo. So there has already been a deviation from that.
Yeah, we're leaving the Nomad in as well. Seems like a big deal to me with the attacking set of bans there. And of course, ED is going to jump on it straight away. Now, Consulate is a map which Look, it's been played to death in Comp Siege over the last 5 years, and it's starting to get to the point where it's a bit stale. That's why a lot of people don't pick it these days. It tends to be the least favored map in the pool at the moment. That Nomad is actually 6-pick off of, because I was going to segue into how powerful that Nomad is on this map, right? So the attack, you can really just manhandle the defense, almost like Coastline. If you suppress that aggression from the defense, then you can just set yourself up to abuse them and force down a plant. And the Nomad is a super effective counter to what a lot of defensive play styles tend to lean into on this map, which is keep the attackers at bay. Don't just let them sit on windows the whole round. Keep them at bay by running out on them and keeping that pressure on them. So the Nomad being in will perhaps stint that playstyle and make that a little bit less relevant.
And on the topic of counters and 6-pick, interestingly enough, Producer Boom did reveal the Valkyrie in the reveal phase. So 7th Heaven had the window of opportunity to potentially 6-pick onto the IQ and directly counter that. On Consulate, those cameras can be thrown a long way outside, gather a lot of intel, and be very difficult to find if IQ is not on the board. Now, on this occasion, it looks like Producer's electing to place them inside. Maybe he's anticipating that 7th will 6 onto the IQ anyway, and that's why he's placing them inside as opposed to out.
Yeah, very much for that late round info, it looks, from Q Confirm. Let's turn our attention to the roam clear and the roam. So it looks like Hajime is getting info down in archives through the floor with his pulse scanner, and the main roam that we've got is no one at the moment, actually. Oh, look at that, all 5 players down on the basement. It's fairly unusual these days. Usually you see the defense contest map control and then attackers go for a map sweep. But because Q-Confirm aren't really fighting to contest, 7th Heaven have just taken all this for free.
ED can scan for footprints, just ensure that it is indeed clear. Shotgun as well can be utilized to create angles that will shut down the rotations, and 7th Heaven capitalizing upon this control. In fact, most of the team above, you would have to assume that they try and transition this control in towards Piano and then start working the wall, because he's Spirited, of course, outside. Ready and waiting. Again, with Thatcher banned out, that vertical play will be critical. And he's just waiting for that utility, or any potential utility, to be cleared. Keep in mind that there actually isn't, that has been brought, right? There's no Mute, there's no Kaid, there's no Bandit. So opening that wall really shouldn't be that much of a trouble.
Yeah, but of course, thanks to Aruni, once you open that wall, you're going to be met with the laser gate, the Sirius, and it's going to take some time for 7th Heaven to burn that, and of course some utility. Fortunately, Spirited does have flashes, so he could get rid of those. At the moment, he's just worked on that hatch. But now this is really a pivotal kind of pre-execute time in the rounds, guys, for 7th Heaven, where they need to get work on this vertical play. But so far, I feel like despite there not being much of a roam, 7th Heaven aren't making amazing timing here.
Yeah, I'd say that opening the wall 2 minutes in is a little bit scary, considering there wasn't much denial. And now, of course, as you mentioned, they have the gates to contend with. I'm really hoping that Pika, maybe from above, can find a pick and give 7th an opening into this round. In the 5v5 trade, getting that plant down will be tough. Quite a bit of potential denial on the board, particularly with like Colas and Hajime still having utility.
And this is shaped up to be an incredibly slow round. Q-Confirm not fighting early whatsoever. And 7th Heaven start to make their execute. And oh no, the Aruni gate coupled with the smoke leaves Spirited very, very low HP and low on time. Pika finds the opening onto healthcare. That's the big player for Q-Confirm. But Producer Boom is still alive, ready and waiting as trades come back and forth. Q-Confirm go above, and my god, the retake is completely on. There's just about nothing that 7th Heaven can do as they all rely on Spirited. Q-Confirm overwhelm that execute and take round number 1 for themselves.
Solid start there on the defense for Q-Confirm, and I really love the fact that they retook above. Good aggression, that's the kind of playstyle that you need to bring to the board on this map. And ultimately, Dev, I agree with the sentiment you sort of had during the round. It was very slow from 7th Heaven. In the end, it likely did cost them any chance of getting back into that round. And despite all the time they took, they still allowed that retake. So whatever they were doing wasn't very effective in countering the kind of defense that they were expecting. So a couple of faults there from the attack, and 7th Heaven will need to, of course, wait a little while longer before they reattempt that.
When they do, I feel like they should stick the Nomad instead of the Jackal. I mean, the Jackal certainly didn't make their roam clear particularly fast, Guz, but that Nomad would have slowed down that retake and made that perhaps not even possible for Q-Confirm. But problems aside, with 7th Heaven's opening rounds, we move on to lobby now, and Healthcare's really been enjoying this Aruni as he places his first Syria gate on the lobby door. I really like that. You know, Aruni, I think her impact can somewhat be not easy to exactly pinpoint, right? Because sometimes all it does is just waste an extra couple seconds. Sometimes it just wastes a stun grenade, or sometimes it can cost teams so much. As we see, some really good pre-placed drones here from Souffle, one up in TV on the top floor. That does signal that perhaps 7th Heaven will start by taking admin. They've, of course, got to be worried about Hajime below with the pulse.
Yeah, of course, he'll be able to sit down below, even if he wanted to, inside of the basement and still get full intel on that eastern rappel. He can call it out to his teammates, but for the meanwhile, he reinforces his position, or barricades his position, I guess, to protect himself from a potential push from the main garage. Doesn't look like so far it's a full eastern take here from 7th Heaven. There are a couple of players positioned, though, on the balcony. This could potentially be a little bit risky, considering some teams love a cheeky run out on Consulate, but ED, of course, did bring that Nomad to the board, which I'm sure is directly countering that.
Nice take here from 7th Heaven. Of course, the clock was their enemy last round. Let's hope they can pick up the pace this time and not fall victim. I'm constantly worried, though, about these vertical C4s. You just look at Hajime downstairs. There's so much info. Now, he would, of course, have to go onto the ground floor to be able to see for any of these admin players, but for now, even just getting the information is pretty huge here. He's going to try through the 2 floors! Shot through the floor with the pulse scanner. My god, that was through 2 floors!
Gnarly, and it doesn't net the kill, but Spirited now dangerously low on HP, and those C4s or even the smoke grenades late round will have a very big impact on the way he plays out. So not a comfortable position to find yourself in. That said, on the hard breach top floor, maybe not quite as impactful, but the 5.56 does pack a punch, and you, of course, still want that thermite on the board for additional utilities such as flashbangs and drones. Healthcare getting aggressive over towards CEO. Just trying to hold this position above the objective, gets lit up, retaliates, but Ray doesn't take any damage.
Yeah, Roldini getting aggressive here, looking to retake. Ed with a lot to cover, and he's punished, but the refrag comes through. Ray also ever cautious of Healthcare, trapped in that corner as suddenly 7th Heaven start to break away. 4v3 in their favor now, 4v2 in their favor now, and as time ticks away, Q-Confirm may start to get desperate.
Pre-play C4 goes boom, it's Producer, and Ray is taken out of the server. It's like Colas alongside. They still need to arguably clutch up like Colas in such an off-meta position. Surely he can't find any picks, but he does. Does he get traded?
Where's the trade?
No. Souffle and Spirited, where are you at?
Spirited didn't swing it. He had every reason to refrag his teammate and win the round, but now it is unlike Colas to clutch the trade. Fortunately, swings the way of 7th Heaven. So, thank God Spirited was still alive here. And that's about as close as it can get, Gus.
Yeah, sharp from like Colas, squirming around on the floor like a little worm and finding a couple of picks. I don't think you'd often be rounding the double doors expecting a player to just be dead in front of you lying on the ground. I think the more concerning thing was not the first player that got down, but the lack of the trade there was quite puzzling. Potentially a lack of communication there from 7th Heaven, but they did get away with it in the end.
I don't like to pile on, but I do feel like Spirited, maybe because he was low HP from that pulse early in the round, but like he just needed to peak that as soon as his teammate died. Like that's the SMG-11, which you should know if you're a player. Like if you're in Spirited's position, you should, at that caliber, at this level, you should be able to hear and know that that's the SMG-11. You would be able to see it in the kill feed. You just immediately know that he's going to have not many bullets left in his mag. You just swing him as he's trying to reposition. But it didn't happen. Fortunately, Souffle was pretty sharp there and managed to nail the shot onto like Colas. Evening things up, and Q-Confirm they're not dwelling too much on the errors of the past. They're not going to retry that lobby bomb site. Instead, they're going onto the top floor here, but I don't know if I have much more faith here, guys. The top floor tends to be pretty horrendous these days with the defense.
Yeah, top floor's definitely fallen out of favor. A lot of that coming down to the attack being super efficient these days. As you mentioned a little bit earlier, Consort has been in the map pool basically unchanged. There's been a couple of tiny modifications outside of the building and the bomb site, but outside of that remained the same. The entirety of this map being in the pool. So 5 years, that's a long time for teams to extract every little part of this map out. And top floor these days is just so well drilled by the attack. And that forces the defense into just doing absolutely wild strategies, if you even want to call them strategies, to try and keep themselves in these rounds.
Guys, would you be referring to a Valkyrie shotgun? Is that the kind of wild strategy that you're thinking of? Because
strategy in quotation marks, yes.
We do have producer room here running Spaz 15, I think it is, or Spaz 12. I don't know which one it is.
Spaz 12. Yeah,
there you go. With on Valkyrie, we've seen some pretty gnarly Thai teams running shotguns in that game just passed between Elevate and Knights, and it looks like that Thai little spice, that little flavor may well continue, but here's an early engagement. Pika, you got to land this, and he does. See you later, Roldini. Nice opening pick for 7th Heaven.
That leaves only one automatic weapon left in the hands of QC.
Oh no.
But hey, we have full faith. This is the way these teams love to play. Meanwhile, though, good control established here near the soda machines by 7th Heaven. They've got angles down towards Long. Ray on the rappel holding the cross towards Con. And that forces the defense quite deep in towards CEO. So not the most comfortable position to find yourself in, particularly when half the round is still remaining.
Would never count out like Collis, though. He's already proved to be quite sharp tonight with the SMG-11. Also, Healthcare. He's decided to flip off of the Roni and onto the DMR. Now, I think the DMR is actually one of the most slept-on guns on defense these days. With a 1.5 times scope and 2 body hits to kill, this thing seriously packs a punch as we see Healthcare reactivate the Syria gate. 7th Heaven, though, with this man advantage, they've just got to make sure they keep making progress.
Like Hollis trapped inside of Con. Uses one smoke grenade to try and push Ray back. That leaves only 2 left in the hand for late round as the push comes through. But Pete Can, off screen, does manage to find his second. It continues to mount this pressure. Like Hollis needs to go big. Producer Boom can do nothing from below. And I think this round is long gone.
Oh, but Lycolis makes a big play. Finds the first pick, but punished once again. Lycolis can't clutch up, and 7th Heaven have just found back-to-back attacking rounds.
And that is why you do not defend above on Consulate, ladies and gentlemen. Please start introducing that into your rank stacks and make the environment a lot better for us all. But no, in all seriousness, right, we just saw how methodical that was. Not long into the round, 7th Heaven already had control of long desk. So many of those angles shut down, and that's mainly because the defense can't really hold admin at all these days. Too difficult to hold that, so you have to forfeit that. And then from there, the rest of the players were forced back, choked out. Anyone that tried to make a play off site, shut down by Pika, and there was really just nothing they could feasibly achieve to try and bring that round back. So very clinical there from 7th Heaven, and they take a round that deserved to be theirs.
You know what's funny, guys, is if we look back on this game so far with a little bit of reflective eyes, with some hindsight, you know, if you think about that first round from 7th Heaven, where really the only thing that went wrong is that they executed too late. Like, if that had happened a minute earlier, then surely they would have wasted out all of the smokes and C4s, and they would have been able to watch their flanks. Like, if we cast that aside, you look at this, hasn't been a very promising game so far for QC.
They have to try and find themselves back into this one. Going back downstairs could be a look in. 7th Heaven did struggle a little bit with their time management, but you would have to assume off the back of a pretty confident last round that maybe they could speed things up a little bit. Again, no wall denial being brought by Q confirmed. So the key thing I would love to see is Spirited just run straight towards the breach and just get it open. Even if no one's watching it, just apply some pressure to this defense.
Especially considering a lot of the meta these days, at least not so much in APAC, because we haven't really seen this map very much, but at least what teams are doing overseas and have been doing for the last couple months is just a 5-man garage take. Like, you thermite open that wall and you sit outside and you clear every piece of utility and then you just execute because you know you just take your gunfights, you force the plant down. Like that's what a lot of teams are doing, and I feel like Seventh Heaven just need at least a little bit of that time on their side. Get in there early, especially because there is a little X factor this round. That is the clash. Already taken a lick of damage here. Producer been quite aggressive up the red stairs. And now he's cut off upstairs as well, thanks to this admin hatch being opened.
Again, 7th Heaven looking to take above, and as we reach the 1 minute mark into the round, you can see that not really a whole lot is going on. Q-Confirm aren't roaming too heavy. Producer being probably the furthest off site here over towards the service stairs. ED looking to pressure, sends out an air jab, maybe to try and force him back, and it does work a little bit. Producer Beam still just holding firm. 7th Hev, of course, they can relay that information, but they need to be able to play off it, and it doesn't feel like they're in the best positions at the moment to try and clear out that player.
Yeah, for now, 7th Heaven, once again, their early rounds tend to be very slow, very methodical. They're just looking on this map control. Slow and steady wins the race. As it's looking very much the same as last time 7th Heaven attacked this round, guys. This bomb site, opening up the hatch, just about a minute to go when this garage will eventually be breached. My question is, like, what is 7th Heaven going to do to make sure that they can actually execute properly? And that they're not going to get flanked above. That's already losing their first player. This ain't looking so good.
And this is the risk they're running. Instead of opening up the breach and clearing utility from outside, like you've mentioned, we've seen in a lot of other regions, instead they're going top down and trying to clear it from above. But you are susceptible to those nitro cells. It nets a kill for the defense, the opening kill onto Souffle, of course. And now they're at the man advantage. They should be able to just hold on here. Don't over-aggress too much, as we did see Healthcare get caught in the air jab, but he did find a pick. And now QC have a very clear advantage.
28 seconds, and I just don't see how Spirited and Co may well push this off. The clash adds insult to injury as Spirited loses HP moment by moment, but that's a nice shot there from Pico, the man always to save this team. Diffuser going down, the gas isn't covering it, Spirited has done it! And now it's a retake on for Q-Confirm. They make it a 4 versus 2, but still one of the hardest sites to retake in the game. It is all on Ray in a 1 versus 3. He has to stop them from crossing. Once they get into that corner, he will have to swing. There's no way this works out well in his favor. Q-Confirm have the opportunity to take it. The cross happens. The shield! What is this play here? Ray, you've got to make it happen now, but the shield covers him. What a play from Lycolas. I have never seen that before.
5 billion IQ from Q-Confirm. Who in their right mind drops a shield in a post-plant scenario? Only in APAC will you see this. And it wins them the round. They've retaken the hardest site in the game.
I mean, you can't deny it. Thai teams have style points. Through the roof, man. Through the damn roof. Q-Confirm. Just... you're leaving me speechless, mate. You guys in Elevate are play some of the most original Siege I have ever seen. And,
well, it was like a good piece of furniture, Dev. Not only was it stylish, but it was functional. Like, it literally covered him from getting popped in the back of the head. It wasn't just for looks. It actually worked, which makes it even more insane.
Unbelievable. Well, Q-Confirm, I guess we should never doubt. We should never count you out when you can pull off amazing plays like that. And while we have ragged on both of these teams a little bit so far, scoreline is even. So Q-Confirm have managed to mount a bit of a comeback here. And on top of that, guys, they're actually going back to that top floor site that we were so critical of, that we were so terrified of, but they've changed so much. They have the Goyo and, of course, the fabled Clash on the board.
5 seconds remaining.
Love to see a bit of Clash. And one thing as well that you love to see from Q-Confirm is Healthcare stepping up. Big praise in the pre-show, jumping back into the team in stage 1, and has shown up to an incredible standard. It was a slow start for him. In fact, I believe the first 3 rounds at least, he didn't even have a frag on the board.
Yeah, so, he was done nothing.
Yeah, no longer. played super aggressive in that basement hold, and now he's playing super aggressive inside of admin. I said last time, this is so hard to hold.
Oh, see you
but
later.
not if you can hit a nitro cell like that. Spirited gets yeeted away. And Q Confirm again get the man advantage.
Only redeeming factor there is your thermite's not super important on a top floor attack. In fact, I don't really know why 7th Heaven are even bringing it. They know it can't be garage, as they just lost the garage attack. Oh, Producer Boom is lucky to be alive walking to that crossfire. That reinforcement is saving him right now. Pika, that's not going to do very much, as Producer simply walks away and peels off. 7th Heaven start to take admin control, but not without serious contention.
The one...
Oof.
Ooh, ED, nice. I was about to say, the one thing favouring 7th Heaven in this matchup against the Clash is that Consulate is so destructive, particularly from below. If they want to go for that option, assuming they know first floor is clear, that is viable. Doesn't look like they've elected to go down that route just yet, instead heading straight in towards the path of the Clash as healthcare drops, but maybe it'll work out. Now the tables really have flipped. 7th Heaven find themselves in front, but again, I do think clearing this Clash could prove challenging.
Oh, surely healthcare doesn't get out alive here. And it's crawling for his life, but Hajime goes for the res. And healthcare's back on his feet. 4v4 all of a sudden, but low HP for Q Confirm's MVP. Producer Boom, the lone man with no gun to hold on to meeting that pivotal bomb site. So much information he's gathering for his team, though.
Just needs to be careful. One misstep could cost him his life and potentially cost Q Confirm the round as meeting control. They're just holding onto it here, the defense. They struggled Q Confirm last time when 7th Heaven flushed them back and flushed them deep. So it is a good adaptation so far to maintain control with the Clash, but how long will it last?
And it may well be some Zofia stuns to come through and knock this Clash right off of her game. The Nomad is ready and waiting, but Pika once again finds an opening that Q Confirm are ready to capitalize on. The flashbang, surely that Clash is completely negated. Ed's just going to start to force down this plant, but not before he takes down Producer Boom. And there's absolutely no way that healthcare is going to bring that one back to life. 7th Heaven, another very convincing win onto that top floor.
It did appear as if the Clash could be the linchpin in helping Q Confirm win that round, but ultimately it only delayed the inevitable. Again, Consulate top floor, so tricky to defend. It's 2 occasions now where Q Confirm have displayed just how tough of a challenge it can be. But they're going to reattempt it. Back above for the 3rd time, despite losing it twice already.
I mean, what can you do? Like, they found the opening pick last round.
Go to
They
split.
still couldn't convert. I mean, I'm with you, man. But, like, let's say these guys don't have a strat for split. Like, what if they don't? You know, what do you do then?
Yeah. Jeez, Siege can be a tough game sometimes, can't it?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to roll on over to Siege GG Pro, and I'm going to see if I can find Q Confirm's site-specific map stats.
How do you have pro access?
I'm a pro, dude.
Do you know people?
Oh yeah, I've got connections, man. I'm sure I can hook you up.
Yeah.
We got the good stuff.
The stats, that is. The stats.
The good stats, of course.
Yeah.
There
Well,
we go.
what are Q Confirm going to do on this occasion, right? Because they've still brought a very similar lineup. If you want to read out those stats, I know you're waiting. Go ahead.
So I'm just going to change the boundaries. So it's all of 2020 plus all of 2021 so far. Yep, all of 2020 to all of 2021. Here we go. So, sorry, the suspense is surely killing me.
This is the best stalling I've ever heard you do on a broadcast. I will give you that.
They have defended it 5 rounds, apparently, and they have a 60% win rate on it. Sorry, 40... no, wait. Yes. A 60% win rate on defense, I guess.
Well, I think it's fair to say that that win percentage is likely going to drop.
I'm pretty sure I'm reading this wrong, but I think what I'm seeing is 5 rounds of attack at a 40% win rate and 0 defenses.
Well, that is a little bit concerning. Whoa, what is this? This is a little bit concerning as well. Producer Boom on the Clash, roaming 2 floors below.
What, you never heard of the roaming Clash, dude? You never heard of roaming Clash?
I wouldn't say it's personally one of my favorite strategies, but again, Thai Siege.
You don't question the Thai Siege, because as soon as you do, they pull off an insane shield counter defuse play that you just would never think of, and they make it work.
Well, I mean, he hasn't even contested admin, and it's already taken 7th Heaven nearly half the round just to take that side of the map. So I'd say in terms of time management, it's pretty good. If not better now that the Clash was taken down cheaply. ED to get the opening pick. That's his first opener in the map so far, despite having a pretty solid performance on the Nomad. That, of course, now allows his team to take control of Sodas, Long Desk, etc. And this is probably going to play out pretty similar to all the other rounds. Q-Confirm will get choked back towards the western side, as you can see now. And Meeting should be free pickings.
I don't see any reason why this should not be a 7th Heaven round as they further their man advantage once again for themselves. 5v3 and Hajime feeling that heat flashed out, and surely no hope for him. Ray makes this official. Spirited getting that diffuser planted. Hajime is the last man standing, and there is no way he gets out of this alive. A consolation frag before he is pistoled to death. That is the half. Cut and dried. A 4-2 split for 7th Heaven.
What will change though as we head into the second half? Of course, if you're just joining this match, absolutely huge. It's the final play day for these two teams in the APAC South regular season for stage number 1. The winner will make playoffs. They'll be in the running for 6 invitational points as well. Absolutely huge stakes on this best of 1.
You know what's insane about that is that 7th Heaven, you know, they were in relegations out of 12 teams in APAC North last year. They were one of the unlucky few to meet relegations. Of course, they came through successful out of that. But Q-Confirm also a team that were just consistently underperforming throughout that league. They did not make the majors even once. They were consistently shut out of those playoffs. And, I mean, coming into this, both of these teams have really outdone themselves, I think, this season. Q-Confirm also had an incredibly deep run in the 6 Invitational qualifier for APAC. They were actually the team to knock out 7th Heaven. So if anything, guys, this is a bit of a revenge game for 7H. And, you know, what's more, with these teams having never really taken playoffs before, as soon as you lock yourself into playoffs, right, you are almost guaranteed SI points. As long as you don't go out in the 7th or 8th place through the playoffs, as long as you get 5th or 6th, you get some SI points. And as long as you get top 4, you get a serious injection of prize money as well.
Bit of cold, hard cash. Never heard. And here we go. Some Valkyrie play outside. It's Pika to scatter those around, and that will be potentially problematic for QC. They have not brought the IQ to the board. Not sure if you remember, Dev, but I don't... Was the Valkyrie revealed? I can't remember.
Look, if you give me a second, I can find it on the
Because
VOD.
if it was, you would have assumed that Q-Confirm would jump off at least someone.
Yeah, well, it wasn't actually. Sorry, it was actually revealed. The Kaid was the 6th pick off of a Muzzy.
Okay. Interesting. ED just trying to get the claw off the floor to catch it, maybe, but doesn't end up grabbing it. Again, not gonna question what I'm seeing right now, because maybe there's some big brain reason behind that. Not much really going on though at the moment, is there? Q-Confirm, are they setting up for a map clear? It's tricky to tell. A couple of repels at the moment being held, so it would suggest that might be the play.
Well, once again, it's a quiet early round. This time, Q-Confirm, though, on the attack. They're the ones who got to get a move on. They do so. Ray injured, but not out as of yet. Surely Souffle can't make this a res. He's tempted. He thinks about going for it, and there you go. That drone is going to seal the deal there, that drone, and then, of course, a nice little warbang from Healthcare. You know who else is in a spot of trouble? Is old mate Pika in the middle of the circle desk. Loses his head to producer boom, but not before losing a lot of HP. This is one of the weirdest roams I have ever seen for a basement site, guys. Roaming in the middle of circle desk, and it looks like Seventh Heaven is starting to get punished for it.
I do like the intent, trying to play aggressive off site, not play the traditional execute style like we see in so many regions, but it's not paying off so far in Seventh's first defense of round number 7. Roldini finally heads out to the breach. APAC teams seem to be loving, at least tonight, opening this breach really late, creating those additional lines of sight and applying pressure. He does have the kit in hand. Seventh Heaven, maybe if they can find a pick or two, could hold out.
I mean, they have so much util still supporting them, and Spirit has found the lead-off kill. Souffle as well. Spirited, there is no better operator to hold these yellow stairs than Smoke himself, but no gas babes remaining. That's the shot that you need to take down Healthcare, and that's the trade that you've just missed. But fortunately, Souffle is there to support, and Spirited closes it down. Seventh Heaven with a 3v5 hold in the dying moments of that defense.
Spirited is the clutch master in APAC South. Do you remember back to the night game, Dev, where he kept them in it for a couple of rounds, despite being 0-6 down, just off the back of his ability to clutch? And sure, that wasn't a 1vx scenario, but he was clutch on those yellow stairs, finding multiple picks, applying pressure to the breach. And I said, if they can find a couple, they might be a chance. And Spirited did come through.
You know what's so funny? You referenced that Knights game, right? We had been talking about Spirited all day because like he's new to this roster. You know, he's replacing Sino, and he had such a shocking opening game against the Knights. He was a donut for the first 6 rounds, where Seventh Heaven was 0-6 down against the Knights, and then he clutches a 1 versus 2, his only 2 kills of the game so far. And keeps him in it. Of course, that spearheads Seventh Heaven to then come back 6 rounds in a row and push overtime, which also included another clutch from Spirited. It was just the most ridiculous individual performance, I think. Fortunately, he's become a bit more consistent now, but he's certainly, one thing has stayed the same, and that is he's a bit of a clutch god.
I guess talking about clutches, it feels like this game might be slowly getting out of reach of Q Confirm. It's always too easy to call a game on Consulate though, right? They're only 2-5 down, attacking. Very, very real possibility that they bounce back. Absolutely no doubt in my mind. They will have to contend though with the Frost. Ray bringing her into the fray. I wonder where those mats were placed, potentially to try and prevent some of these repels. And
so weird.
2 inside of admin, maybe the 3rd as well.
It's copy.
I wonder just how aggressive, just how aggressive he's going to play off this.
I mean, he's really just banking on Q Confirm having some poor droning, or at least he's hoping to shoot the drones as they land on the windowsills, and then hoping Q Confirm will just not really check for those frost mats. I mean, who would, right, at this level? Especially in a place like that. It's like such a silly place for a lot of people, but you can destroy them if you repel upside down on those windows. But just to take a second and remark upon this bomb site, of course, Teller's Archives taken here by Seventh Heaven. That bomb site you were saying you really wanted Q Confirm to try out. Of course, QC, they only won garage defenses, and you really need to have some more versatility across your bomb site. Seventh Heaven already have that.
Healthcare, meanwhile, feels like he's slowly starting to warm up. And I mean, I say that he's currently top fragging for QC, but a 6-6 for him, you know, that's just every day in the office. You know, that's probably below our expectations considering just how strong his rating is at the moment. He is right up there despite not playing for the entirety of the stage. So don't count him out from having a big impact in the rest of this map. Pika, meanwhile, does get a late trade, leaves it in a 4-on-4. This player side of copy, though, could pose a problem. If that frost mat hasn't been cleared, he can't repel in. Ray knows that. Plays it quite smart, crosses and gets aggressive. This is probably not the plays. Like Colas does push through, doesn't quite get the pick, is taken down, leaves it in a 2 versus 2. Wow, so many trades. Roldini now left on that repel to try and clutch up, and the mat, it catches him out. They didn't drone it. Q Confirm will fall. Oh, the most unfortunate of manners.
the dreaded sound of that thud. A welcome, Matt. Surely a warm welcome for Q Confirm in the 1 versus 2. Roldini didn't know what hit him until he fell right into its clutches. You know what's more, guys, is as you're swinging in, you can't look down. If you're vaulting in a window, you can look down and shoot that mat. If you're swinging in, I don't think you can hit those shots. So he may well have seen it coming and been able to do nothing about it. Seventh Heaven running away with this, just like they are running away with APAC South. The team we expected on the very bottom of the standings, but time and time again, we spoke to ED through his victories. They took down the Giants, and they've taken down Order. They've done so many insane things this season that we never expected they would achieve, and they continue to impress us.
Well, I guess in terms of big names and prestige, arguably those two are a little bit bigger, but in terms of right in the moment, playoff implications, this one is critical. They need to close this out. If it goes to OT still and they lose, 1 point is clearly not enough. These teams are almost neck and neck on the standings. It's basically you win, you're in. So they still need to close this out. And I know maybe I'm holding on to the tiniest of threads here, but Q Confirm, maybe they can pull off the Hail Mary and try to bring this back. If there is one map in the pool where you can mount some momentum on the attack, it has to be Consulate.
Well, they better get a move on. They better get right back on their bike, because Healthcare, he might have a 1.5 KD and be the top-rated player in APAC South throughout this season, but he certainly isn't everything that they need to make this work. Surely Pika goes massive here. No, Healthcare knows about it and says, absolutely not, mate. You are down and out for the count. 30 seconds into the round, and Q Confirm have the advantage.
That's the advantage they should now be able to thrive off. That said, they and Healthcare more specifically did get the opening pick in the previous round, and they still managed to lose out, really struggling to clear the roam. And Seventh Heaven have decided to dedicate to one again, spirited with the shotgun in hand. He did God's work on the yellow stairs earlier, and now inside of meeting, this position critical. He needs to show up again.
On such a pivotal round for both of these teams, Seventh Heaven, one more round and you are in the playoffs for the first time ever. These guys never even played Pro League, for goodness sake. They just came straight to APAC North. They fought their way through relegations, and here they are. Q Confirm, on the flip side of that, have been fighting for years. They were the Southeast Asia Pro League champions a year ago, back when Seventh Heaven weren't even a twinkle in the Pro League's eye. And now it looks like the tables may have turned, and this dark horse is starting to gallop. What can Q Confirm do in the next minute and 5 seconds to make this possible?
Hajime did bring the IQ to the board, but that impact might be limited, only really spotting out utility in sight. Spirited narrowly misses a quick burst with the SMG. Hajime doesn't miss though. Lycolis gets in on the action as well. It's Souffle left in the 1 versus 5 to hold down the fort. He's inside of Piano. He's getting lit up and he gets taken down. Is this the look-in that Q Confirm needed?
Just when we called upon them at the 11th hour, staring down match point, they get back into it. This could be, as you say, the moment where they start to... I don't know. Do they start to convince us, guys? I'm not feeling particularly convinced as of yet.
I'm feeling it a little bit. I've got the inkling. I don't know. I think it's going to be a good fight. Regardless of maybe it ends in the next round, they're still going to put up a great fight. And they've got nothing to lose. Let's keep that in mind, right? If Q Confirm end up bombing out after giving it their all, well, they haven't really lost much. They can recuperate heading into stage 2. It's not like they've got another event or anything that they're revealing strats for. I mean, this is prime time for them.
For sure.
So, look, let's see what they can bring to the table. I think just quickly noting as well, if you're a Chiefs fan and an OS fan, we can now confirm that Chiefs cannot lose third spot, just due to the way this match works out, head-to-head, etc., all the points, all that fancy math. Chiefs will secure third, no matter if Q-Confirm win this in OT, they can only get 2 points, and of course they lose that head-to-head, so they'll finish 4th.
So that means the standings as they stand are Elevate in number 1, locked in. Knights in number 2, locked in. Chiefs in number 3, locked in. 7th Heaven and Q-Confirm fighting over number 4, that final spot in the playoffs. And of course, the only other movement we may see in the standings is the wildcard Giants games, where they fight over the scraps for last place and second last in APAC South. That is unbelievable, honestly.
It's been a big stage for all of these teams. It's been a hectic stage, a busy schedule, and it's been really a case of survival of the fittest. 7th Heaven looking to try and lock this one down. Ray getting aggressive on the road. Pika upstairs as well. Souffle inside of Copy looking to maybe get a cheeky pick over towards admin. You would have to assume that if 7th Heaven can get that opening pick, that can steamroll them some nice momentum, because they are yet to get an opening pick on the defensive half.
In fact, it's been Healthcare who's found the opening pick the last 3 rounds in a row. Every single attack around, this man has done everything he can to open things up. And it's starting to work as of last round. 7th Heaven, all you got to do is win one more round, but you can't let that pressure get to you. And Pika finds the opening. Souffle aggressive on the back of it. Healthcare still pushed backwards. That Jackal's gone as well as Ray finds Hajime, and it may well be falling apart.
Producer Boom repels in to try and salvage something. Both him and Healthcare have been top fragging for Q Confirm, but this is when those frags really matter. They need to make something out of nothing. Healthcare down below inside of Visa, pressured from above. The defenders still roaming quite freely, yet to be locked down. You would have to assume that 7th converted from here. There's no pressure really being applied to any of these roamers, and provided they don't get cut off, if they try and head back towards site, they should be able to sit there and be safe.
Time ticking. Q Confirm, your hopes and dreams of playoffs lie in the next 50 seconds. 7th Heaven, that's a nice gas to keep them at bay. Still no breach on this wall. Producer Boom has not destroyed the claw, and that means there's no chance, unless he gets to it now, that Roldini could breach this garage wall. And that's another pick for Pika, who's found his second this round. Healthcare, the man of the hour we call upon in the direst of need, can't land enough shots, and he takes so much damage in the meanwhile. 19 seconds left, and he finds one pick, looking for a second now. Surely this is not possible. Roldini falls in, and it is all on Healthcare. 7th Heaven have done it! From amateurs to the playoffs, we will see 7th Heaven representing APAC in the playoffs. A massive achievement for the Dark Horse.
Last year was nothing special from 7th Heaven, but 2021 already proving to be anything but. Stage 1 is a success for them. They make the playoffs, and what a way to do it. A 7-3 victory. Absolutely huge.
Completely dominant there. There is really no two ways about it. That was a game that, as much as we like to think Q Confirm had a way back into it, it was 7th Heaven's from the get-go. And isn't this just such an amazing moment as well for this team? 7th Heaven, who have really come in as a young team. They didn't have experience for the Pro Leagues of the past. They're going up against Q Confirm, who played at multiple LANs, who won Pro League Season 11 in Southeast Asia. And they've now been taken down, and no less it is 7th Heaven who stand tall and make playoffs. We have really been treated to quite an amazing stage here.
Yeah, it really has felt over the last couple of months like we are sort of reaching a new era of Siege, and I think at least within APAC, 7th Heaven really embody that. Last year, as I mentioned, not great for them. They just scathed through relegations to even be in this league in the first place, and they've put on some really great showings. Not only have they taken down QConfirm, but they have taken down many big names along the way. And who knows, maybe the playoffs, they will only continue to grow. And wow, I wonder how deep they can go.
Well, I just can't wait for the interview that we get with ED later. That is the highlight of my night. He is such a good interviewee, and I'm sure that we'll get that. Xenox, please just skip everything else and give me the interview, because that's what I want, all right?
Well, we can't just go straight to the interview, Dev. That's not how this works. You know that more than anyone. But boys, big win for Seventh Heaven. They go to the playoffs for Healthcare and QConfirm. Raid from the Dream is dead. What a collapse to the end of the season.
Yeah, look, really surprised that this wasn't closer. I mean, I'm not super surprised they lost. Personally, I went for Seventh Heaven, but really thought it was going to be a close game, and really thought QConfirm had a solid shot for playoffs, but they really under-delivered tonight. They also really under-delivered on Tuesday. Let's not forget they got 7-0'd just 2 days ago as well. So this week, nightmare week for them, and yeah, it's cost them playoffs.
I love the way you just cheekily snuck in your flex for predictions then, Raven. It's okay, we understand the 5 head. To be honest though, look, very, very quickly on QConfirm's part, both this week and last week. It's really just been this week against the Chiefs, and now Seventh Heaven. They have really crumbled. I think you said it best, Xenox. The end of this season has just not been kind to them. They only needed the points from either of those games, and they would have confirmed playoff spot. And they could have done that on Tuesday, which unfortunately they couldn't. But I definitely don't want to dwell on that too much, because Seventh Heaven have blown away all expectations. I mean, Ray had an incredible game, but two players that have been so consistent for me was Souffle and once again Pika, just consistently giving them incredible openings and finding advantages where there shouldn't be advantages. And I think that kind of sums up what Seventh Heaven have done this season.
Seventh Heaven very much are a team that is a team. They don't have star players necessarily across all of the lines like some of the others. It has to be a fundamental team effort. We saw that here against QConfirm. Let's go and have a chat with ED and see how the camp at Seventh Heaven are feeling. Big congratulations. Firstly, that's it. Flex those muscles. You're going to the playoffs. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm super excited right now. I mean, we are super excited right now. At least I am. Like, this is the first time we made it in playoffs, so yeah, what can I say, man? Nice.
Look, it was a great performance from you guys against QConfirm, and just felt like all season you guys were on the gradual incline. You're in the playoffs now, so let's think about some of the opponents. Is there anybody from APAC North that you guys are excited to maybe play against?
I think every team from APAC North all of them are the opponents that we want to against, because last season we fell really hard in the APAC North, so we want to use this opportunity to prove ourselves that we can beat them again. Yeah. Yeah.
And ED, you truly have bounced back from your performance last season and blown everyone away in APAC South. I'd love to hear what is... yeah, you have. You blew them out of the water. You blew us out of the water. But I'd love to hear, what is it that's really been the determining factor?
To be honest, I think it's about time, because I believe we are talented, because compared with other teams, we are just students. We don't have gaming room. I don't even have gaming chair. See? I don't even. So I think it's time problem that when times come, when we keep practicing, when we keep believing we can, when time comes, that we just do it. We just done. You know.
Yeah.
I think you've already done that. Now you're going to the playoffs. Yeah. You don't even need a gaming chair, buddy. You're too good already. If you get a gaming chair, there's maybe no competition that will be able to stand in your way. Before we let you go, any shout outs that you want to give to the fans and friends and family?
Yeah. So before the fans and family, I want to shout out our new member, which is our new coach, which is Odin. Like, he helped us a lot. He just joined us recently, like 1 month or 3 weeks ago. Then he did really good job. And also our manager Darling and our analyst Rachel, like they are also the big impact for us. Like they helping a lot. So I want to shout out to them. And as friend and family, like thanks for support. I love you. Yeah. Huh? Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, mate. Best of luck in the playoffs.
Best of luck.
Oh, what about these wholesome interviews tonight, guys, from team to team? I think they almost get more wholesome each time. Unfortunately, though, Matic, the game itself wasn't very wholesome for Q Confirmed. Their season's done in a very disappointing manner.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to say that they joined Giants in our disappointment, because obviously that is a bigger story altogether. But most definitely, we all had them picked around the top 4 mark. We 100% thought playoffs was on the books for them. And I think if you look at earlier performances, it was a shoo-in. What has gone wrong in the last couple of weeks? I think that's the big question from my point, because healthcare is still popping off. He's still performing to the rate, maybe not so much this game, but definitely in previous games. It hasn't changed a lot for him. So something has really kind of twisted in the last 2 games that have, I don't know, just completely fallen apart for them. So it is a shame for them, but obviously now they need to look forward to next season.
Yeah, it's a bit strange too, because like Hollis in their winner interviews ever since they brought healthcare on, he mentioned about how much comfortable they all were with healthcare being back in the roster. But it's just, something's happened. It's completely fallen apart. But you're right, it's only 1 stage. They've still got 2 more stages for this season to get through. And to pivot back to 7th Heaven, the winners from this match and going through the playoffs, look, I'm really hopeful for them. I feel like they've started to present some seriously good form. They're playing some nice Siege. And I feel for them. I want to see them, get their little revenge story in APAC North, because they did have a terrible season last year. And this is their chance to really step it up.
Yeah, it's all eyes now for Stage 2 for Q Confirm, and 2 other teams that have got their eyes on Stage 2 that need to now turn their eyes back to Stage 1 just momentarily. Wildcard and Giants, of course, these 2 teams coming up after the break.
I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I'm say by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and a friend of me. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it dub. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna hit me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, that's what I'm saying by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanna know there's beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the feeling. I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Children in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. At the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking the gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Welcome back from the break, guys, as we've got one match to play out here for APAC South. It is, of course, Wildcard versus Giants in, well, what usually would be a pretty big game. Unfortunately, though, Raven, it is, of course, the battle for last place.
It is the battle for last place, and such a weird feeling to be saying that about Wildcard and Giants, but they've just had a rough stage. Now, Wildcard, of course, they did have their sudden loss of Diesel early on, and that meant that there was going to be some natural disruption to the way they'd been playing. But Giants, I think, is probably the biggest shock to be talking about as terms of bottom two team.
I'm kind of surprised at how poorly they have performed. I think we saw from Luna on Tuesday night after their loss, we saw him talking on Twitter. I mean, granted it was to the Knights, but he was saying on Twitter that, you know, like they just can't figure out, they can't isolate what the problem is this season, this time round. And unfortunately, it has cost them everything in stage one. It's not something that's going to continue to cost them, or at least I hope it's not. But when you look at the roster, like just the star power, the names alone should terrify you. They just have been sleeping for far too long.
Well, if Luna can't figure it out, can you figure it out, Raven?
I just feel like that maybe it's to do with the meta. Just something about their playstyle is not matching up to the way that things have changed, and so other teams have maybe adapted better than them. Honestly, it's pretty tough. On top of that, you know, Hysterix has still been having a standout season. He was stage MVP for multiple stages last year. He was on track to be stage MVP again for this stage. It's just something else is not clicking in this roster. Makes me feel like it's like an internal, you know, back of stage thing that we just don't get to see a whole lot of. It's definitely concerning, but again, I think I said it last week. It feels like there's just going to be some moment where things click and they'll just be back.
So you hope, I guess, because, you know, I know how disappointed they would be in their season. I know how disappointed we are in their season. But there is obviously there is always a shining light. And I guess, like you've already mentioned, you know, Hysterix is still playing incredibly well. I think that they still have that entire roster that can really just change on a dime, like you're saying, Raven. I'm not really going to reiterate too much more. But this is a game that they just can't afford to let slip. To come last place in APAC South in stage one, it would just be devastating.
I won't get you to reiterate much further there, Mannix. So let's go and have a look at their opponents. Of course, Wildcard Gaming, and you can give us something a bit fresh here. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to be good news fresh.
Well, I mean, it depends what you think is fresh. Is that what you said? Fresh, I think, is what you said there. Good, solid. But I do think that there is something to the discussion around Wildcard. At least we have a really strong talking point in the fact that, you know, Diesel's gone now and Silex has had to step up. But at the same time, you still have Silex putting in work for the team. You know, he's top 5 for plants, and I think that may be something you can walk away with. Emo Rin, surprisingly, has had an incredible stage 1 performance. I don't mean in... Okay, that's a really bad way of putting it. It's not surprising, okay? I'm sorry, it's not surprising. We know that Emo Rin is incredible, but it's just around the roster that has been, all the issues that they've been having, the performances that they've been putting in. You know, it hasn't really shone the best light on them as a team. But they have taken down the Knights, which, you know, are now second and kind of were looking to be that team to take the fight to elevate. So, I don't know, man. Maybe there is still something to this roster with Silex on it, but I just don't see it at the moment.
Yeah, I can't see it either. And on top of that, it's been a bit of a strange stage because they still have incredible players. Like the remaining 4 roster, we talk about the loss of Diesel a lot, but the remaining 4 are nuts players. And that's what I think is the most baffling thing is it's a bit tough to stomach how far like the wheels have fallen off the cart. You know, like what happened to Oceanic MVP Geo? He's been playing pretty average, both in Oceanic Nationals and in APAC South. I see Xenox is greatly affected by that.
Yeah,
so,
and we know what we know what Geo's like at his absolute best as well, and we know what Wildcard is like at their absolute best. And in a way, it's a little heartbreaking that both these teams are not at their best at the moment. Let's go and see though where they're going to be playing out their final game of the season here for Stage 1 of APAC South. It's Cafe. Kind of nice that we're going to get some variety tonight. So I'm predicting 7-3 to Giants, Raven.
Going the 7-3 trend. I like it.
Yep.
Look, I feel like this is probably leaning towards the Giants. Cafe has been played a lot by Wildcard, especially early in the stage. Just quickly scanning those results. They did have a loss to Knights, 4-7 on it. They got destroyed by Q-Confirm 2-7. That was way back in the first game for APAC South. So things have changed a little bit for them. They've had a lot more scrims with Silex, for example. So maybe things are clicking more, but Giants have always been a fairly decent Cafe team.
I just don't see Wildcard being able to pull out a result here. I don't know what map would have given me confidence, and please, for for anyone at home, you would know that Wildcard was the ANZ team. We put them all up on a mantle. You know, we really were talking about them for such a long time. But regardless of where Giants are in their current standings or where they are in their mentality, I just cannot foresee the issues that Wildcard have been showing that they have any chance on really any map other than like a chalet or something where Giants haven't been performing the best necessarily. I just really don't foresee them being able to turn it around. Having said that, if Wildcard do some crazy things, if they get aggressive like we've been talking about all season long, Raven said it, they have 4 incredible players. If they allow them to kind of run freely, I think still no, Giants game all the way.
There's a lot of ifs, buts, maybes in there, Manic, but one thing we do know is that both of these teams haven't found much success this season. One of them will, though, here in Cafe to close out the season and maybe a stepping stone going into Stage 2. Let's throw it over to your wonderful casters once again. It's Cousin Dev.
Thank you, Xenox. Now, this is the match that we have been waiting for all season. Since the start, we have been wondering who will be better, Wildcard or Giants. We thought it would be the match for first place, but funnily enough, it is the match to see who will end up at the bottom of the APAC South ladder. We know who's coming first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. But who will end in 7th and 8th? It's going to be Giants versus Wildcard to save their pride. And the battleground is Cafe.
Oh, it's a battle of the ages for absolutely nothing, but I'm sure it's going to be a fun game nonetheless. In fact, there is something on the line, and that's pride. And we know that teams at this level value that very, very much. Fun fact, Dev. Do you want to hear a fun fact?
Oh, I would love to hear a fun fact.
Do you want to know when the last time these two teams played one another?
Oh, when was the last time these two teams played one another?
It was the Pro League season finals in season number 10, the APAC finals, October 20th, 2019. So an absolute lifetime ago. I remember sitting at home watching that game. That's how long ago that was. But wow.
I remember actually casting it because I've casted a LAN. Unlike someone else in this current duo cast.
What's a LAN?
I don't think anyone knows these days, not for the last year and a half. 2019 October. Man, that was so long ago. But here it is. Wildcard versus the Giants.
Well, look, Wildcard have been merciless in this game. Despite it only being for the bottom position, they've still decided to ban the Montang off the board, so Paul Luda won't be able to bring him to the table. And the Giants on the flip side bring their regular bans as well, one Projectile Denial and the one Mai, and a Thatcher as well. So I guess so far nothing's really standing out as being too crazy, and maybe an indication that the teams are going to take this game pretty damn seriously.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Like, neither of these... It's one thing to be second last on the standings, and it's another thing to be last on the standings. I mean, let's be real here. Like, Wildcard have been... Like, 2020 was their best, most dominant ever year of Rainbow Six within OCE. Like, they won everything that was to win, right up until January when they started to slip off. And Giants, I mean, it's almost the same story, right? They were constantly vying for #1 in APAC North with Cloud9, and they just overall looked like the best team in APAC. Coming into APAC South, there was a bit of drama, guys. There was a bit of, you know, why is Giants coming to APAC South when they were, you know, arguably the best team? And now they're ending up potentially on the bottom. Like, imagine the egg on their faces should that happen. Like, what? That's what teams are playing for, man. That's what these teams are playing for. If you end up last... Yeah, you might not get any more, like, you're not getting playoffs or whatever if you come second last, but at least you're not in last place.
Yeah, and that's all it counts for. In all seriousness, there is literally no difference that I know of, unless you want to correct me, between finishing 7th and 8th in the regular season. There's just no difference.
Oh, there is.
Oh, how much?
$500 USD difference,
well, that's big.
Actually.
That is big. That is a couple of...
What could you probably buy? ED could probably actually buy a proper chair.
Maybe I could buy a plane ticket to a LAN. We'll never know. Speak easy though. He's spawn peeking over towards the White Hall, playing the Aruni on the board. Vinny is aware though, holding that with the Yana, the 2X in hand. Wow, actually, it does feel quite surreal seeing these two teams up against one another. Honestly, it has been so long. And the fact that it doesn't count for such a high standard it's honestly still difficult to comprehend, right?
It's just criminal, isn't it? The fact that these two teams are playing, but they're not playing for like a spot at a major or anything like that. They're playing for to not be the last team, to not have that egg on their face, to not be embarrassed to that degree. What's funny, guys, is last year, like, I was casting APAC North. I wasn't casting as much OS, but just by looking at how dominant Wildcard were, like, I thought that Wildcard, because they were just so good in OS, they were probably, like, I thought they would stack up really well against the APAC North teams. I thought Giants was the best in APAC North and in APAC as a whole, and I thought that Wildcard was the second best in APAC, even better than C9. Like, by last year's, my predictions of last year, like, I rated these two as the best teams in APAC. And now they're at the bottom of APAC South. Like, that is just ridiculous.
And I guess even on a larger scale, as you mentioned, there were some discussions about the league format as it kicked off, and many think it might be top heavy with the SEA teams. But as we stand right now, the top 4 locked in. It is half OS and half Southeast Asia. So it couldn't literally be more balanced. And it's also Southeast Asia 1st and 4th and OS 2nd and 3rd. Yes. So it is literally perfectly balanced.
As all things should be. Let's see if Wildcard can balance this roam clear. There's Hysterics going down. The man at the top of the APAC South MVP has been shut down in this first round, but in classic Wildcard fashion, time is ticking away.
Jordan low on HP in towards the site as well. He could play critical role late round as he has a Nitro cell in hand. I thought that spray was him, but that was Geo off screen dropping Speak Easy, and now Jordan's job is even more important, but Pat is probing your Zero off screen to find one. Utility in the face of Pat might slow him down, but Emo Rin, he doesn't slow down. He finds one, but he gets traded back.
Jordan.
Oh, Jordan. I don't think he can do it. No, he can't. He gets taken down in the end. and it's a solid first round for Wildcard.
It certainly was solid. I mean, that that was quite convincing, really. It ended up in a 3 versus 1, and if it wasn't for some nice shots from those Giants players, that would have been a steamroll. Wildcard have certainly come into this game saying, look, we're here to make a statement. Everyone here was favoring Giants. I mean, you heard Manic in the pre-show. Like, Wildcard, they have an excuse for playing this poorly, right? But throughout this entire season, we've still favored Giants to be the number 1 team. Like, after they lost to Elevate, we're like, okay, maybe Giants is number 2 team. And then Giants started to lose to everyone, and they're like, well, maybe there's still somewhere in the middle. Surely they're still above Wildcard, right? Like, Wildcard lost Diesel, and that completely threw off everything from their scrim schedule, their motivation. They're playing with Silex, who, funnily enough, is currently working 2 other jobs at the moment, and still somehow playing on this roster, just filling in due to the roster transfer restrictions. Like, Giants, by all rights, should be the favored team here.
That little spiel there made an interesting question pop into my head, and you might know the answer, Dev, because you've been around since the dinosaurs. Has Silex played against this team previously?
Yes. So he was... No, he was coaching. He was actually coaching back in the day. And look, off the top of my head, these 2 teams never met at APAC finals in the past. Now, maybe the exceptions to that would be like the Raleigh Major Qualifier or the Paris Major Qualifier. But, we're talking, that's 2019, 2018. Like, that is a long damn time ago. I'm actually curious now. While you talk, I'm going to go look it up.
How did I know you were going to chase that up? Well, let's see how this round plays out here. I like this setup from Speakeasy. Playing the Goyo shield, the Vulcan shield inside of Backstore to reinforce that position. Of course, it is a top stairs or top floor defense here from the Giants. Luna roaming below as well. Wildcard, though, looks like they're going for a pretty standard take with the West Repel, and we would expect that sort of sweep between these 2 methodical teams.
And just to hark back to what we were saying, I was right. The Paris Major Qualifier in 2018. Atletico Esports, which went on to become Wildcard, headed by Silex, the team captain, played against the remaining players on this roster would be Luna Metal Ysera and Hysterics. The other 2 are newer. So there you go. That is the last time Silex played against these players right here. That 2018. Nearly 3 years ago.
Look, I think it's probably safe to say that his power has only multiplied over the years. The man is absolutely cracked in the rank stack. Meanwhile, though, a bit of action going down towards Pixel. It's Jordan pinched behind a deployable shield inside of the bathroom, but he manages to fall back. Speakeasy finds a pick as well, and it feels like Wildcard are finding it quite tricky to enter Lounge.
I really like these long angles held here with the ACOG on Speakeasy. This is really the trial and tribulation of attacking this cafe top floor. It's all about defending those shields, right? And Goyo and the smoke really, really leveraging that. Pat's got a lovely angle. Oh, he sees the head. Just doesn't land the shot. So Speakeasy, funnily enough, moves his shield and fights back to Pat, who does win the fight and evens up this man count.
Leaves it in a 4 versus 4 as Wildcard begins to slowly gain control. Pat needs to be mindful of pillars down below. If he exposes his head, he'd probably get taken right off. Geo as well is on the skylight covering that position as Hysterics repositions himself. With 30 seconds to go, Wildcard will need to try and convert this to site control, but it looks like there's still quite a bit of utility that hasn't been dealt with.
And as such, this will be a very difficult execute for Wildcard. Silex with Diffuser in hand starts to push on through, and Imarin looking to flank from the stairs. He loses his life. The Diffuser has gone down, and it looks like it's all on Pat. Wildcard fallen to pieces, and there is no reason for Giants to peek because Ysera can just zap Pat to death. And Giants reply with the first round of their own.
Does feel like we don't see enough Maestro these days, or definitely not as much as we used to, particularly in the old util soak meta. So good to see it make a little bit of a comeback in what feels like, you know, that throwback match, if you would. Either way, though, scores one apiece, and Giants will go down to Reading.
You know what? We've already talked about one retirement game today, which was It Be Style. God bless. He had his final game. He unfortunately lost, and he didn't manage to get his 2.0 KD. But that was his retirement game. We have another double retirement day here. Re-retirement for Silex. This is his last game with the team. Of course, failing to qualify for the APAC South playoffs. And, you know, I've heard whispers that Wildcard are, of course,
picking up Pengu? Was it?
Picking up somebody.
Was it Pengu?
I will not...
Oh, I wasn't meant to say it. Sorry.
Look, guys, you're just not meant to say that on broadcast, dude. Well, we don't know who Wildcard are picking up, or do we? We'll have to wait and find out. But yes, this is, of course, Salix's last game with the team. He's going to be going back to teaching university-level statistics like the absolute legend he is.
Maybe Wildcard should keep him as a part-time analyst then. That would make sense, right?
Well, I mean, he has been the team manager. They have an analyst, Flux.
True,
but
true.
Salix has been that team. Yeah, that's it, yeah. I heard that maybe they would be looking for more coaching staff. But, you know, there you go. Yeah, sorry, guys. You're going to have to cast a Xenox from now on.
Ah! No. That would be my worst nightmare. And look, for both of these teams, this stage has been a little bit of a nightmare.
Certainly has.
Now is an opportunity to bounce back. Wildcard again, establishing themselves on the roof for a Western map sweep. And it does always feel a bit like deja vu on Cafe Attacks. Very, very similar patterns from a lot of teams in most regions. And this matchup so far proving to be no different. I am keen to see, though, how much the Giants will contest. I thought Speakeasy maybe was going to go for a run out, but that won't be the case. Instead, he'll rotate an ADS back above to further fortify this position.
Yeah, I like that. I guess his job at the early round was just to see whether Wildcard were contesting the ground floor, and if they're not, then pick up his ADS and try and fortify that position at top white. Look at Geo, man. He is sharp. Looks like he's been hitting the Kovacs recently, and as he moves on into washrooms, he might just be able to get rid of that Banshee. Obviously risky to do so as he takes down that mute jammer and lets that drone go forth. There's actually no one top white right now. This is a serious potential for a play, but of course, Hysterics, ever vigilant, starts to put some pressure on.
Geo, though, is
hello
pretty cracked on the sticks and could find that pick. Yeah, Jordan taking quite a bit of damage and elects to fall off. And outside of Luna, it's basically clear for the attack to take it. Oh, Luna's going to be in a whole lot of trouble real quick. The flames engulf Backstory. He's forced back deep in towards the freezer, and surely Wildcard can swing on him.
Vinny cautious of top white. They don't know about Cocktail. Surely they predict Freezer. Such a common position. They destroyed that shield. That doesn't mean the player is gone. Luna! What? How do you lose that, Vinny? Oh, are you asleep at the wheel? Fortunately, there's a trade from the man himself. Vinny Tan spam that can. 3 players left for Wildcard to find. As they are left reeling, Luna Metal is thanking his lucky stars that, well, we may have spectated that one. So, but I won't tell. You know, I won't tell anyone. He got the kill. That's all that matters. 20 seconds left.
We can delete the VOD, Luna. Don't worry about it. We'll delete the VOD, brother.
I got your back. Pat starts to push on through. 15 seconds. See you later, says Ysera. What an angle. Ooh. He just does not miss. And Giants take that lead.
Ysera showing how to actually hit your shots there at the end of that round.
No, I don't think he learned that from Luna Metal.
So, I mean, look, Luna whiffing is one thing, but how did Vinny not see the big white indicator on the middle of his... Do you get the white indicator on Pro League HUD settings?
Yeah,
maybe you don't.
You do.
You do? Yeah. So
surely. I mean, I feel like I'm confident that you do, but at the same time, if I'm wrong, I'm going to look like an idiot.
Yeah, we'll let you confirm that one.
Surely we
Luna definitely was not running a suppressor. We can confirm that. No. So if bullet trails are enabled, then he definitely should have seen them. That was quite the peculiar gunfight, is the nice way of saying it.
Yeah. Well, not a great round there from Wildcard, but Giants, they have a second chance here to defend Kitchen. This was a really dominant one for Wildcard, though. When they won it, they found that opening pick, they converted to a 5v3, and then a great execute onto site, just engulfing that objective. But we are seeing the pattern continue, guys. Like, forever, Wildcard has been this slow and methodical team, and I feel like they're a bit less vigilant than they used to be in terms of how methodical they are. Like, they used to dot every I and cross every T. I feel like not always the case any longer. But one thing that has not changed is they really let that clock run down, don't they?
5 seconds left.
Yeah. And that was natural 6 months ago when the meta was the way it was, but it's been flipped on its head, just like the results are this season. Speakeasy flips outside, tries to find pick, but seeks refuge back in towards.
It's pretty ambitious.
Yeah, just a little bit ambitious there, especially
it's a big
given
run
the
out.
magnification. But oh well, he gets away with it and doesn't take any damage, which is all right.
Well, it looks like Wildcard going for a full map take, rappelling up to the roof. My concern here is that this does take a lot of time. And if Giants just kind of loiter up top, shoot a couple drones, and then fall back, I feel like Wildcard will end up in a 5v5 with 40 seconds left and no drones once they finally clear this round.
X-Kairos rain out. I don't know where I am. Probably on the red wall, I would have to assume, to get line of sight, but trying to use my ears to listen for where those explosions are going down, and in fact it was the red wall being droned out now in towards Lounge. That's Emo, Rin and Geo doing that hard work. Geo has been playing the entry for this team for a while, and I guess that's why he was brought on in the first place. Did such a great job, particularly last year, but he has found it a little bit trickier this year, and he'll be looking to redeem himself heading into stage 2.
Emo is a player that's just been so consistent for Wildcard, and lovely C4 there. Hysterics still keen to take this fight. A great weapon in close range. Surely there's a refrag coming through. Hysterics lands that shot. The refrag attempted, returning fire from Vinny, but look at this confidence from Hysterics, and just look at that team play. Giants always within arm's reach of their teammates, ready to refrag.
That leaves a minute on the clock now with the hatch open for Wildcard to formulate their execute. It will be a 3 versus 4, so it will be quite tricky, and there's quite a bit of utility potentially on the board here for the Giants that could prove costly for the attack. So your gates, potentially Black Eye cameras in the site as well, as there's Maestro Evil Eyes. A lot to contend with and not a lot of time to contend with that utility. Wow, what a terrible sentence, but hopefully the execute is a little bit cleaner.
Oh, it's just so hard now for Wildcard. No time. Nice usage of the Gun 6 there from Vinny, but he's about to walk dead into a crossfire. And that's it. Speakeasy takes his head clean off and ready and waiting for another person to contest. Alex is going to walk into that exact same crossfire. Hysterics found another kill from VIP. No refrag possible. That is Jordan to close the round, and Giants make a clean sweep of 3 defense rounds.
Nice double down there at the end of the round, and the Giants now feels like they're slowly taking control of this match. Again, heading into this one, despite it being not the strongest of seasons for them, you still have to back them in. But that is a tale that is echoed throughout the first stage and hasn't always rung true. So I guess you have to proceed with caution with the Giants at the moment. And this will be a test on whether or not they can actually close out a game.
You know what's crazy? Giants have only won 2 matches in APAC South out of 6 that they have played so far. You want to hear something funny about that? The only 2 matches that they have won were against Oceanic teams. They lost to every single Southeast Asian team. Elevate, 7th Heaven, and Q Confirm.
And of course, those were the teams that they were competing against last year in APAC North. And outside of really Elevate, who did put up a good fight against them on a couple of occasions, they were pretty dominant against the Giants. They were just sweeping through everyone outside of Cloud9, right? So It is, I guess, maybe a good opportunity to hypothesize what has gone wrong over this period. I do like what Raven mentioned, that maybe it's just the meta is not favoring them. Some teams just do not suit particular metas. Giants, well suited to the methodical, slow, structured pacing of 30-second meta. Maybe now that it's turned a little bit more aggressive, reliant on fragging and aggressiveness, it just doesn't quite suit them at the moment. But I think that this is a team that is adaptable, and in the long term, they can make it work. And there we go. There's a glimmer of it. You zero a spore pick? All right.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to tell them that they're not capable of being aggressive and they're going to go and spawn peek for you. Poor Silex, though. He's probably like, get me off this damn team. I just got to go back to teaching maths.
Get me a calculator.
Calculate this, says Yasera. But, you know, just to go back to that point that you were saying, right, from Giants, I honestly, I don't feel like the meta is unfavored to them. Like, they are a team, I mean, Lunametal always told me, he considers them a team that they will adapt to play whatever playstyle they think will counter their opponents best. Like, they don't really consider themselves having a specific playstyle, albeit like whether it's aggressive or methodical. Like, they feel like they just go with the flow with whatever they think is best. And no, I would say that last year. I would agree with that. I mean, they're definitely capable of playing aggressively, but we just haven't seen them be successful with whatever playstyle they choose.
Almost thought that was Emo Rin getting the wallbang, but he was in fact on the rappel and clears Jordan over towards Pixel. Position has been retaken though. Speakeasy can shoulder pick that left and right, unlikely to be taken down, and in the process is gathering some nice information, but the counter intel there on the drone from Wildcard means that they know exactly where he's playing, and that is here to stay.
No shield, but still
Bomb located by attackers.
eager to peek aggressively on that angle. Froster's 9mm is quite a powerful weapon in these long-range fights. He finds one great trade, though. Emo Rin ever so consistent once again. Does need to cross to get that diffuser, but he can't suppress the aggression thanks to those ADSs, and Lunametal's going to double down.
Could be on for a big play here. Sprays and reveals his position though, so at least the sound cue has been given out to Emo Rin, but with no air jabs left, they'll likely need to commit a drone to holding that if they so desire. But Luna's fallen back over towards top white, but with those angles could still pose a threat. Swings and finds one. Oh, narrowly gets a second, but Vinny steps up. He's now left in the 1v1. Hysterics over towards top white. Needs to try and play time. Vinny does have quite a bit to work with. 20 seconds left. Will he stick the plant?
A game of cat and mouse. Hysterics wants to make his footsteps heard, but now he has to retake. He wins those, lands that perfect headshot, deletes Vinny from the server. What better player to put in that position? Fantastic clutch.
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
Whoa!
Defender mission successful.
Hysterics plays on a really high DPI.
Or he has a DPI switcher.
Shh.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I mean, surely that's a DPI switcher.
I think, nah, he just plays on like 3200 normally.
Yeah,
like, that's what the gamers play on these days.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally play on 6400 because I'm pretty cracked.
Yeah, well, you do like nanometers for a 360, 1 nanometer for a 360. Is that your ratio there?
Yeah, it means I can hit flicks a little bit quicker, which is
that's good.
Really
that's
helpful.
Good.
I would recommend.
There you go. Pro tips from Guz.
Yep. Don't take any tips from me. I'm gold 1 at the moment. Sorry, just had to get that out of the system.
Your season's almost been as rough as Wildcard and Giants.
Maybe not quite that bad. Maybe not quite that bad.
A chance at redemption here for one of these teams, and it is certainly looking now like Giants. They've just made 4 in a row. And, well, some of them have been close, some of them have not. That certainly was a close round, but put Hysterics in a 1v1 situation, and he's going to win those. Onus is definitely on Wildcard now. A 5-1/2 against them. I mean, that is... I feel like at that point, Giants are just uncatchable. There's no way Wildcard could come back from such a deficit. They need this round to keep themselves in this game. keep in mind, Giants have never actually lost in overtime. They have almost all of their games, all but one, have been completed in regulation. They've only had one overtime game.
Speak easy. Playing over towards White Stairs on the Goyo, getting a little bit cheeky with the pistol. Meanwhile, Wildcard will rappel up above and slowly start getting to work. Their goal, of course, will be to maintain control of top red, transition that in towards shop and lounge, and then slowly work their way across the bar all the way to cocktail. And that way, the likes of Gia with the skeleton key can get vertical lines of sight in towards the objective and start to clear these players and apply pressure. Did someone just drop the skylight? Or did I missee that? I surely missed that. Yeah, I did. Okay. Wow, that's super weird. I don't know. I'm seeing ghosts out here. Yes, Marshall on the obs. I know I'm going a little bit stir crazy. It's been a busy couple of weeks. Meanwhile, though, it is very, very straightforward here from Wildcard. No crazy drops as of yet.
There's the air jab to suppress that aggression. Wildcard, as they start to take top floor, it may well what you have been seeing. You may have seen the Yana dropping down the skylight, the Yana Gemini device. As that is currently,
I knew I saw something.
There you go. You're not crazy after all. Hello, Jordan's going crazy. Surely he gets punished. How does he make that work? Thankfully for Wildcard, Pat punishes him. Very cautious of a refrag. Giants are known for always having a response, and they do so as Luna trades onto Emo.
Geo on that buck, as I mentioned, looking to get control of Cocktail as Pat gets taken down. Geo as well will fall to the hands of Luna. It's Vinny and Silex to try and clutch up the dynamic duo. What can they do? Luna! He gets Silex, who gets caught off guard. It's now Vinny in the 1 versus 3 inside a pillar. This is winnable. I have a feeling that Vinny can pull off something special here, but no. Yazira's inside of sight will lock him out, and the Giants get that 5-1 lead as we close out the half.
Quite a dominant half at that for the Giants. 5 rounds in a row to answer Wildcard's opening. The Giants are so very close to not only overtaking Wildcard in the standings, but saving themselves from the humiliation of last place in APAC South. Imagine either of these teams being in last place. That's just... It's not just Giants, but it's Wildcard as well. You'd think that despite losing Diesel and the disruption to their practice schedule and to the whole team that would have resulted because of that, you still wouldn't think that Wildcard is a bottom APAC South team. But I think that just goes to credit how amazingly competitive APAC South has been. We underestimated teams like 7th Heaven, Q Confirm, Order, Knights, every one of these middle pack teams that honestly have just shone so brightly.
100%. It's been a huge season from so many teams in APAC South, and I'm sure those playoffs when the 3 regions, keep in mind, North, South, and South Asia, playoff in not too long, it's going to be an absolutely crazy event. So I look forward to that. But all eyes, of course, currently on the last match of the regular season for Stage 1. It's Wildcard and the Giants. It is the battle for supremacy at the bottom of the standings. The wooden spoon is lurking and looming for the team that does fall. And so far, it's looking like Wildcard might be the one to claim that spoon. It just has not been a very solid map from them at the moment.
What I will say about the wooden spoon is at least it's practical, right? Like when you come first, all you get is a big trophy. Like you can't really feasibly drink anything out of that. Like you can't really use that as like a cup, right? But no, a wooden spoon, very, very versatile implement.
Guns are also pretty useful, and Hysterics uses his to drop Pat. Yeah, spoons are pretty good. I mean, there's a bakery on Cafe. Maybe the loser can go make some cupcakes and fill the stalls, but Hysterics is filling his frag account. It's 9-3 at the moment. Jesus. Wildcard need to try and retake above and find a pick, but again, that's easier said than done.
3.0 KD now for Hysterics. He has been the undisputed MVP of APAC. Oh my god, there's another one. Silex, what are you doing? Hysterics pops double digits, just 6 rounds in, and Emorin's taking damage as well as he retakes the top floor. This is a guns blazing attempt from Wildcard, as there is no chance Emorin escapes alive. Hey Vinny, can you just 1v5? Yeah, thanks mate.
Well, he gets 1. Still 4 left to go. I don't know. I reckon he's going to get a few here. I'm going to say 3. I'm going to say Vinny can get 3 in this round before he gets shut down. Oh, it was almost 2. But Speakeasy is too good. And Giants will claim match point.
And a game that we thought may well have been close has turned out to be the most one-sided affair of the day. Giants, 6 rounds in a row, claim match point over Wildcard. These 2 legendary teams, and this historic match will go down in history as a moment where Giants may just reclaim their pride and avoid that bottom placing on the standings.
Well, let's see where this potential last round will play out. It's going to be a reading room and a fireplace from Wildcard. Silex as well, 6 picking off the smoke onto a Rooney and bringing the Suya Gates
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
to the
many
table.
bombs as they can.
Just an additional piece of utility that the Giants will need to contend with. But on most occasions, right, it hasn't even come down to site play. On most occasions, the Giants are really efficient in clearing out any extensions, any roams, and by the time anyone's near the site, it's a 1-on-5 or a 2-on-5, whatever the case may be. So I'm not sure exactly how much of an impact that utility might have, at least on site, maybe on the extension, but I can't need to try and bring out something real quick.
I'm going to take a step back for a second, guys. I'm interested to hear your thoughts, because I feel like losing this game for Wildcard and being bottom on the standings weighs less than Giants losing this and being on the bottom of the standings. I think we look at Wildcard and they look at themselves and they say, look, we were dealt a rough hand this season. Diesel was unfortunately unable to play last minute. We couldn't get in a proper sub. We just had to have our coach play. And so we can kind of write off the season. We gave it a crack and then we'll go back to the drawing board with our new 5th. If Giants lose and come last place, they can't just point to something and say, look, this is the cause. Look, we had a sub. No. This is the same 5 players and coach that did so amazingly through APAC North last year. Yeah. And I think that the loss for Giants, it just weighs so much.
Yep, I would have to agree. But I guess the end result really for both these teams is kind of the same. They're going to be on a big back foot when it comes to global standings for the rest of the year and maintaining their position in the league. Outside of that, though, some early round aggression here from the Giants. Luna with the skeleton gear getting to work over towards Engine. Hysterics to get the opening pick onto Silex. And again, it's falling apart off site here for Wildcard.
Nice tease of a rush early on from Giants, but like you say, they keep some attention off site. Hysterics, 12-3. 4 kills for every death he has had this round. A C4 goes out to meet the Yana, but Ysera is safely repelling.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
As Jordan is injured, this perhaps is an opportunity for Wildcard, but Speakeasy shuts down that flank attempt from Emo. Pat and Geo to hold on against the full force of the Singaporean Giants. Hysterics, hungry and desperate for more after the worst season they have ever had. All that remains is a desperate grasp of pride, and it comes with a bang. Wildcard are the victims of the Giants. A flawless round to close the inaugural season of APAC South.
Well, Speakeasy said it himself in the old chat. We're back. It's something. It's better than nothing. And a quick game's a good game. 7-1 in the end from the Giants. It's been a less than ideal stage 1 for them, but At least they ended on a good note. And there you go. That is right. We did talk about that.
These teams are playing SI.
They're going SI. The bottom two teams in APAC South are going to be at 6 Invitational.
It's unbelievable.
They just love it.
I just can't believe that, man. Like, not even Elevate qualified for 6 Invitational. And there it is. Giants may have redeemed themselves. I think there's still a long way to go for them. And they will set their sights on both SI and Stage 2. But for sure, this is some redemption. A sigh of relief. Losing to Wildcard may have been the straw that broke the camel's back, but they stand tall and win 7 rounds in a row when it is needed.
I think I've worked it out, Dev. The Giants have played the 5,000 IQ Gigabrain strat.
Don't say it.
Of saving strats in APAC South
Don't
for
say
6
it.
Invitational.
No.
I've worked it out.
No. Please, just don't ever say that again, guys.
I don't know.
The saving strats meme is so 2019.
Watch
bro.
your back. Watch your back. International teams, the Giants, they're coming for you.
Look, now that you mention that, I'm kind of scared for APAC's chances at SI, considering that the 2 of the 4 teams representing APAC and SI are the bottom 2 teams in APAC South. But we'll see how that goes ahead when it happens. But for now, we do have to have a moment to acknowledge Giants and the end of their Stage 1 journey. Of course, they did not qualify for the playoffs, but they did escape that bottom place.
Yeah. Look, it's, again, they made something good out of a bad situation at the end of the day. They were expected to beat Wildcard, and they finally did get an expected win over the line. Now is a great opportunity for them leading into SI and Stage 2, go back to the drawing board, work out what is going wrong. Because if they haven't worked that out by now, that's important that they do. Just take the time, let the emotion get out of the way of everything, look at everything subjectively, work out what's going wrong, and try to amend it as quickly as you can. And who knows, maybe they can bounce back and be a dominant force once again in APAC.
This is the first step in their tale for redemption, and you know who else may well have redeemed themselves? Manic, you were right. It was a convincing one for Giants.
Yes, it was. I guess Manic got something right for once. I can't believe it either. I think even Manic is shocked too. I said 7-3. It was 7-1. Close enough. I'll take that one. Most importantly, I'm not 0 for the night. I got one tip right to close out the season finally. But boys, Raven, I'll go to you first. As always, my trusty right-hand man. In the end, Wildcard checked out probably 1 game earlier than Giants.
Yeah, look, it was a very rough effort from Wildcard. They started off with a bang. They got round number 1, but that was it. Reverse sweep.
1 and done.
Rounds after that. 1 and done. But look, I think for them, it was always about just getting through Stage 1, getting to this point right now where they can start focusing on Stage 2, figuring out what they're doing with this roster. Silex, I'm sure, would probably be itching to go back to just being a coach after the last few weeks. So yeah, I think that was pretty obvious. But for Giants, obviously, they want to be figuring out similar things, but probably just more so what is going wrong, and they're going to try to fix that for SI, as Guz and Dev alluded to. They have that coming up, and that's not too far off.
It's just around the corner, it feels. But firstly, what am I redeeming from? I have been on point, okay? I will say that. Not really. It's been a terrible season from me in terms of predictions. But what I will lean into is not so much Wildcard's issues, but maybe Giants bouncing back. I guess that, this is a tough one to talk about, because you would say that Wildcard, for all intents and purposes, are just looking for Stage 2 and have been really since probably round 5 now, when they really seem to have lost the wind, the gusto behind them. Still, we can hold firm that now we have Giants on the tail end of the season taking a strong performance. That's the key factor for me, I think. Once again, Hysterics doing Hysterics things. I want to say that's the good sign, but it seems to be the really good sign for Giants throughout the entirety of Stage 1.
Yeah, let's go and have a chat, of course, with the victors from Giants. It's going to be Gig. Congratulations on the win, but of course, there's more important things ahead. You've got SI, you've got Stage 2. What's the plans right now over the next couple of weeks to sort of revitalize the team?
To be honest, we started after the losses against QC and 7. After those 2 losses, we saw that as a team, it's just really not working what we're doing right now. And we made some big swaps, which on Tuesday we started with. like a big few roll stops and attack mainly. And it actually worked. We played a lot better as a team on Tuesday. Just unfortunate, but the game went the other way, and I think we're a bit unlucky to lose that game. But still not to the performance we want, obviously. But then today, we played as a team. Everyone did the job. Everyone played well, a lot better. And now going forward, it's just making sure that we keep building up consistency to be able to play like we did today in every game, really. And especially at Invite, playing a lot of games, we've got to make sure that we don't get off to a slow start and don't underperform like we have this season. But yeah, a lot better right now.
Yeah, I mean, alluding to that, you do have a big target ahead of you with SI. I mean, your focus will shift to that, but what exactly in maybe your preparation might change? Is it just business as usual for you guys, or is there going to be a special amount of prep or a special boot camp or anything like that?
Just really like working on my map and improving. We've not played Cafe all season. We knew that today we might play it, but we've been putting a bit of work on it. We haven't played it in a while actually in an official game, but yeah, I've been putting work on it, and today, straight off the bat, first time playing it, I'm really happy with it. So yeah, just keep doing that with every map, making sure we're as prepared as possible at Invite to play whatever map, play whatever team we are up against.
Okay, I was going to ask and lean into the whole, you know, like what's going wrong, what are you working on, but it seems like you've already answered that. You've changed a couple of things around. So I'm going to ask the really important question, the hard-hitting question here. Have you been saving strats for SI? Is that what Stage 1's been about for you, Gig?
I'd love to say so, but yeah, unfortunately not. we had a few big, mainly communication within the team. That was like the heart of the problem, really, and we worked as a team and individually to try and do more to fix that. And today that wasn't a problem at all. On Tuesday it was much less of a problem. So yeah, it's getting better. That is the root of all the problems, and we've had a few tactical issues which are easy to fix. But yeah, this communication problem has been the big overhanging thing, and it hurt us at the start of last year, but we overcame it quite quickly. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it this season, but yeah. We've just got to make sure that these issues don't creep back in at Invite, next stage, and stage 3, and we'll be at our best very soon.
Well said, mate. Any final shout-outs to close out stage 1 for you guys?
Not really, just thanks for the guys who've stuck with us, keep supporting us. We know it's not what you want to see, us getting beat mostly every week, and we know that we want to be winning games for you and, perform better, and all I can say is sorry we haven't done, and we're going to make sure that we the next stage at Invite and whatever, we put up a good showing and we play a lot better.
I know that you guys will bounce back for stage 2. Best of luck for the future SI stage 2 onwards.
Thanks, cheers.
Sleeping Giants right now are taking a bit of a nap, Raven, but you do have to be wary of them, right? You can't take them for granted. Going in forward, and we'll keep it APAC South orientated here, going forward into stage 2, they are still going to be a big threat, and if anything, you would almost expect them to bounce back, right?
Yeah, seriously do. And I know it's something I've been saying almost every play day when I've talked about Giants, is they just have such a talented roster, and they had been in such hot form last year. It really feels like it is the classic just team slump. Something's happening, it's got to be fixed, and it feels like just in a matter of time they'll be back up and about, and they'll be a force to be reckoned with. We saw a bit of that in this match. I know Wildcard were probably not the strongest of opponents in the current state, but regardless, that looked very dominant from the Giants, and if things do click for them, they get the communication back on point and their roles are correct, I don't see why we wouldn't see them rise all the way back into being a top 4 team.
I mean, you just look at the names on that roster and you look at what they've done in the past. There's no doubt about it. I'm going to play devil's advocate. What if they're not up to par in stage 2? I hate to hit a somber note, but what if they aren't up to par in stage 2? What if they're not up to par in SI? These are the things that we do have to consider. But at the same time, you do want to give credit where credit's due. There are a couple of players on that team, Speakeasy and Hysterics, that have really shone in stage 1, regardless of the scoreline.
Yeah, there's a lot of ifs from you, Manic. I'll say that very much. You just love your ifs and buts, maybes. potentially it's the either ways, the 50-50s. That bus just goes right over you. Let's go and recap tonight's results as they have played out in what was a bit of an unfortunate night, Raven. We were hoping for a little bit more. 7-3, 7-3, 7-3, 7-1. All stomps, all one-sided affairs, and yet the first three of them all started off as like, I think 3-3 halves.
Yeah, seriously, the first half of every game was so tight, and then it was just, I don't know what happened.
Over.
Everything just went, it was over. Yeah, seriously, we just faded away. It's such a shame. Tonight had such a big promise to have some heavy hitting, overtime, really deep, gritty matches. I'm not overly disappointed. I think there were still some very exciting matches, and it did answer a lot of questions for us. I think the biggest one, of course, was who was going to be crowned the APAC South stage champion, and Elevate winning that convincingly really showed us that, of course, it is Elevate.
Yeah, it's just been such a strange night. I really had hoped for so much more. I'd hoped for overtimes. I'd hoped for potential upsets, but it just really, it's really been the Knights of the favorite in all my honesty. In all my thoughts, I think that although Knights came into this in good form, I know you were leaning into them, mate. But I'm sorry, Xenox.
Yeah.
Elevate were definitely, in my eyes, the superior of the two. Maybe not a 7-3 superior, okay? I will say that. I thought that had to have been overtime, but regardless, I think that the results are clearly showing the performances from the teams that we expected.
Well, one thing's for sure, no one can claim that you have an OCE bias because of Elevate. We move on to what was once one of my favorite segments, now no longer. I've been dreading this since the Elevate Knights matchup, but yes, 18-10. Guz has gone and got all four right tonight to be outright first. Me and Dev down the bottom. I had a shocker of a night. Got all three wrong to start off until Giants at least gave me something to tie Dev in the end. But guys, look, I'll go to you for this one first, Manic, because you love your ifs and buts. But this is a night where the ifs and buts really could have changed the entire predictions. Like Order, Knights, QC. It's not like they were outlandish predictions.
No, butts don't lie, and QC very well could have backed it up. I think that Knights had well and truly a decent claim to the throne of APAC South after everything that we've seen from them. Honestly, it's just shocking how it's all gone down. I think you're a terrible predictor. Somehow I have gone 0-4 on 2 nights in APAC South, and I have still beaten you. How's the salt in that wound, baby?
Raven, you want to actually contribute to something here?
Yeah, look, I think I'm going to back you up in that. Tonight really felt like a very 50-50 night going in. I can see your approach with going very different to Guz, just so that if it goes all wrong for him, well, you can shoot ahead. But yeah, look, it was tough to predict. I thought about a lot of these for a while. I didn't think that it would be as standout as it was, but this is what it is, and I think it's it really sums up stage one. The beauty of APAC South has been it's hard to predict. Everybody can beat everybody, and it's just an exciting region to watch. It's been fantastic.
I think it's the most exciting region to watch. You never know what you're going to get from APAC South, and that makes it exciting. Let's go look at the standings and see where the teams lay after stage one. Elevate clear top by a good 5 points as well. And look at that round differential, the win-loss record. Everything says, Manic, that they dominated this stage.
Yep, and, it's hard to really back up what we were saying about Knights before, where they actually had a claim, because when you do look at that, there's no doubt in my mind, 14 points clear of the team underneath them. That really has shone quite brightly for Elevate. There was not a single overtime for them. They did everything cleanly. The only loss, granted, that's fine. To be honest, I think we just move on from that loss and cop it on the chin. But the big one is all the other teams. I mean, Knights with only 6+ round difference, Chiefs with only 5+, and then you look at the bottom end and it's just, wow, where did all these L's come from, Raven? I'm still catching up, but I really think that Elevate, especially like you're saying, Xenox, with that round difference, There is no question. There is no doubt. They deserve to be there.
Totally. Elevate just very consistent. You know, they did only lose that one game, but other than that, they were very consistent, very strong performers. I feel like in some ways, after the form we saw through most of the season, the ladder or the standings ended up just kind of settling as you probably could have read. I think the biggest outlier was 7th Heaven. I felt like they had the slowest, more surprising uptick to make top 4. But outside of that, I felt like based on the form we'd seen from teams week to week or playday to playday, it feels pretty natural where it is right now. Of course, it's still surprising overall that Giants and Wildcard ended at the bottom, but that was just kind of the nature of their stage 1. And it felt like as the stage went on, it was more and more obvious that they were just simply out of form teams.
I have to agree with you both there. Let's wrap up the show, though, before we do that. Manik, Raven, I want final thoughts, because this is, of course, the end of the regular season. And just to, I guess, conclude on all of that, I'll go with you first, Manik, because we just heard from Raven and we don't want to have to hear from him again.
Jeez, that's so right. You are literally the biggest bus I have ever seen, and the fastest moving one at that. There is bussing around. No, look, I think I'll speak from more of a talent perspective. This has just been the most entertaining and enjoying season. Enjoying? It's late. It's late. It's the most entertaining season that I have ever watched and ever been a part of. I really need to, stress that, but also just the opportunity to be a part of this has been incredible. So I'm looking forward to playoffs and looking forward to seeing what teams can do. But there's one thing that is for sure: there ain't no predicting APAC South.
Yeah, look, I pretty much echo that. It's been fantastic to cast and really fun to watch the first stage of APAC South in its current form. The inaugural APAC South in the way it is, which is really cool to see. And I'm really excited for the playoffs because we've now seen some really great performances from APAC South teams, and it's going to be fun just to see how that benchmarks against the Brethrens in APAC North.
Definitely, that is the most exciting part about the playoffs to come. Of course, the teams from APAC North, you've also got South Asia, of course, going to be battling against some of our APAC South teams that did qualify. Then you got the stage championship too. That's going to be exciting, but that is going to be the end of the APAC South regular season. Make sure you guys tune back in, of course, next week when all the playoffs are going to kick off. You won't want to miss it. It should be as tantalizing as this season was.